let me know. I just want like real quiet, like ambient music in the background. That's all I want. Okay, starting from stage 1. So I showed you what the practice file does. This is where the actual tutorial is going to start. What you put in the name doesn't matter. We start our timer usually on Control of Simon, which takes place a few frames in. I'm going to hold left. You see how he went to the right a little bit before he turned left, even though I was holding left? It's right about here is when the timer starts, because this is when you're allowed to take Control of Simon, even though the screen begins over here and he walks in. So get used to that, because most of the screens are going to do that. All right, so it starts with Bucky O'Hare. One of my favorite games on the NES. Super underrated. Personally, I like to grab this candle right over here to get the short chain whip. But you can grab this one too. It makes no difference. I believe Joe prefers this one himself. It makes no difference to me. Just keep walking. So in Castlevania 4, jumping and walking are the same speed. You can jump as much as you want. You won't gain or lose a frame at all based on any of that. I probably don't have to show much more of this screen, but I do recommend, getting your chain whip and getting one big heart. You probably don't have to get it right there. It's not exactly necessary. But yeah, you can also get, it didn't load. Come on, you. There we go. You can also get it right there if you want to. It's your pick. Your pick. There's lots and lots of hearts in this game. It's not like the NES Castlevanias where you're constantly short on hearts all the time and you have to struggle to find them. For the most part, this game is good about the hearts. All right, so I like to get my long whip right here. Whoopsie. Actually, do I like to get my long whip here? You don't really have to. You can get it right here too. I think it looks cooler that way. That's why I kind of prefer this one. Since this is like a top strats tutorial, yo, Eccentric Emil, thank you for giving 725 bits to the stream. Anyways, yeah, so this guy right here, get your long whip, kill him at the same time. Usually works out just fine. I'm gonna make save states as I go. Did I not? Oh, I see. I changed the, there we go, that works. I changed the hotkey since the last time I practiced this game. So there's one thing of note I should point out right here. Getting on stairs. See, if you hold right, you walk on the stairs immediately. If you have any experience with this game, you know this. Well, I should also mention that being on the stairs is slower than being on the ground. So I am traveling faster this way than I am this way. So the whole idea of staircases is to avoid as many stairs as possible. Have as few stair frames as possible, so we jump on stairs. That whole distance from the start of the jump to landing on the stairs is faster than just walking up the stairs. And actually, to get a little closer, since you can't just like hold right, and avoid all of them. You can get about as far as there. Well, you can actually get a little further. If you are holding down, you go through the stairs. So I like to use that, personally, to save another frame. Jump onto the bottom of the stairs right here. That way I can go all the way over to here before I can jump. Otherwise, it's not going to let me jump if I just walk to it. So this is my strat, personally. Hold down while I'm jumping. So I'm holding right and down during the jump. I'm going to be doing this on a lot of staircases, so it's important that I get the hang of this. And show you that in particular. Okay? 5% lower if you want to achieve that. You were talking about before, right? Yeah, no, there's no sound effects right now. I've turned the sound effects and the alerts off, so they won't be plaguing up my tutorial. I do want this to actually be a good highlight for once. Anyways, so there is something here. It's kind of sub-pixel, but one thing I try to do on this particular staircase is I try to not have any stair frames up here. It's kind of, I think it's sub-pixel. I haven't figured out exactly what does it, but if I were to hold down right here and then jump and hold up right here, sometimes I can avoid all the stairs. And that's a nice little time save if you can get that. I don't think my world record got it, though. Let's see if I can get one example. There it is. Yeah, he was able to just jump straight to the block, and that's only because I was holding up. And at the tops of stairs, he has kind of an effect here. Like, here's when I'm holding just left, he walks on the stairs. When I'm holding up and left, he goes all the way to there before grabbing the staircase. So little things like that, saving some frames. All right, let's move on. Okay, I like to do a jump and a boost off of this guy. So, here's some more tech. Clunks. So when Simon jumps and lands from a tall height, this is in just about every Castlevania game, at least up to this point. He does a clunk. So what a clunk does is it locks you on the ground for a little while. It actually just gives you the crawling animation. That's what a clunk actually is. It makes the sound of clunk, but he's actually crawling. And during that clunk, he actually does walk at the same speed as crawling for those frames. Like, if I were to just hold right, I'm not going to hold down. So he lands, and he goes a little bit while crouching. So consider that. That's what a clunk actually is. Now, here's the important thing about clunks. When it turns into time saves, you got to jump out of the clunks. Every time you jump, you still have clunk frames, but you have one less clunk frame than before. So you can see how I jumped a few times and I was still had clunk frames. So clunk, jump, jump, jump. I still got to wait until those clunk frames are done before he stops clunking on his own. But we try to do as much as we can. We try to do as much clunk avoiding as we can just by... Yeah, Howie's gone. Yo, hi, Amaya. Welcome. Thanks for the 24 months. Happy birthday. I'll sing happy birthday to you after the tutorial, I promise. Just put a rain check on it. All right, so that's some of the tech involved in this game. I know I'm going a little slow through this screen, but I'm mostly explaining the basic tech of Simon, the speed tech of Simon, while I explain the point-by-point analysis of every screen. It'll go much faster once the tech is out of the way. So that's what a clunk is. I forget how many frames it is. I think it's 12 frames or something. And every time you jump, you reduce that by 1 frame each. Okay. So I press up to go through the door. Let's move on. Up through the door. Walk to the right. Okay. I like to use this tile right here. As soon as Simon's front foot is in this tile right here, I'm usually looking at this tile that I'm standing on right here, that I'm square with. Once his front foot hits that's when I make the jump, and that lines me up pretty well with this staircase. I do that same thing where I'm holding down and jumping on the bottom of the staircase before jumping up. That helps me get 1 or 2 more pixels of jump room. Now, if you've speedran this game for any amount of time, you might have noticed that sometimes you just fall through the staircases even if you're holding up. We call that the stair boss. Basically, it works like this. Every 10 or so frames, I'm not 100% sure, or 10 or so pixels, I'm not actually sure, Simon's up input will get eaten on the stairs. So, that's one kind of, I want to say, skill ceiling. There it is right there. It's one kind of skill ceiling to the to the game. It adds stair bosses, which is, I don't know, we just call it stair boss. I don't know why we call it that. You just have to route around it. You have to avoid that frame at all costs. And actually, the unfortunate thing about this jumping and holding down strat is it usually puts you really close to that stair boss. So if you prefer to just get up to as close as you can to the stairs, sacrifice the frame or 2, and just jump onto the stairs, I'm still getting the stair boss. That is a consistent way for people to avoid the stair bosses. But personally, I like to chance it on every staircase and try to get as close as I can before the jumps. Okay, let's move on. Alright, I like to double stun this skeleton because I want him to be in the right spot, and I want Simon to be in the right spot as well, because as you can see, it's not just a skeleton boost, it's also spawning that bat. Now the way these bats spawn is They are as high up as Simon is when you reach their spawn point. He was on the ground right there, so the bat spawned low. Let's just do this. Okay, bat spawned low because I was on the ground, and where is it at? There's a trigger somewhere. Must be earlier. There it is. Yeah, it's right about here. So, however high up Simon is when the bat trigger happens is where the bat is going to be. I want that bat to be just below the highest point so that I can do a upward boost off of him without clunking right here. Let me show you an example. Let's see here. Okay, I actually clunked right here because the bat was even still a little bit too high up. So the way I do this boost is actually a double stun on the skeleton. Not just a stun, because you can still get the clunk that way. But if you do a double stun, where you hold the limp whip down, I should probably tell you the inputs. I'm doing a forward whip, and and then let's get out of the way of the skeleton here. I'm doing a forward whip, and I'm holding down as soon as I have a whip animation. So it's like Y and then hold down. And you have to hold the whip button in order to get limp whips. I assume you know how limp whip works at this point. More in the middle of stairs. It's just every 10 or so pixels. Like, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter where on the staircase it is. It's just gonna happen. So double stun on the skeleton. I like to make sure it's 2 hit sparks rather than just 1. Can you actually see my hand cam? Oh, my hand cam's way off. Let me fix that. Get it in a better spot so you can see that. You can see my inputs at the very least. Pay attention to my inputs down there or right there as you're watching this tutorial. You'll see kind of what I'm doing in order to make the things I want happen. Okay, so double stun on the skeleton. That way the bat spawns a tiny bit lower. The idea is Simon has... I guess the skeleton has some iframes, like slight iframes. And the next tick of damage can be either a tick of damage or Simon getting hit by him. So it waits until then. And that makes the bat a little lower because Simon's a little lower before the bat spawns. Okay, let's move on. Missed the bat. Double stun. Get the boost. No clunk. That's not how you know you did it right. So falling off of this, I just fall off and immediately hit the rosary. I do it with a limp whip. You can probably do it with a straight whip. You can do it however you want. Do not jump off of this, though. You might think, hey, what if jumping off is faster than falling off? Well, it is true that you travel faster by jumping than with falling frames. That is important to know, and we'll have to get into that later. But in this case, it's better to fall because you don't have any clunks afterward. Whereas if you jump, you have a clunk. So you want to avoid that clunk a little better by falling off instead of jumping off. And I take a boost on this bat right here. I love boosting off this bat because you could just walk off right. Is that a clunk? Yeah, that's a clunk. So I think it's better to fall off of here because it spawns that bat properly, and it also avoids the clunk once again. So I like to get a rightward boost off of this bat while grabbing hearts. The amount of hearts, I mean, I'm just showing what I do. Not everybody's gonna grab their hearts and in the exact same way as I am. But again, this is just a tutorial showing what I did to get the world record in this game. All right, next screen. So my visual for this is I like to get Simon's head roughly right there. Just square with the block right before the open part of the window. So as soon as he reaches right there, grab the cross. It's a jump whip. And then all the way throughout this jump, I can actually hold R. Oh God, can you even see that? I'm trying to show it as best I can. All the way throughout this block, I like or all the way throughout the jump, I like to hold R the entire way. That way, when I grab the cross, it throws on the very first frame. All right. And now we've got sub-weapon tech to deal with. So, when you have a sub-weapon, you can actually jump out of sub-weapon animations. Now, normally, you throw on the ground, and you have to wait until the sub-weapon animation is done, because it freezes you in place for the remainder of the... yeah, thank you. Yeah. I was really happy. As soon as I got this input viewer, that's when I knew it was a great time for the tutorial. What was I saying? Right, normally sub-weapon animations will lock you on the ground and you have to wait until they're done to start moving again. Well, you can actually jump out of sub-weapon animations in Castlevania 4. That's one of the wonderful things about Castlevania 4 to add to the skill window of speedrunning, is if you want to throw a low cross, you can do that. And you never have to stop moving. So here's the kill for the statue. It's actually pretty complicated, but I think anyone can master this. Just get used to holding R all the way through, so you instantly throw the cross on the first frame that you grab it. And then it's a straight whip diagonal and a straight whip down. All the while, never losing your forward momentum. So you'll have to use things like you can let go of right in mid-jump and you won't lose your rightward momentum. So you can use things like that to your disposal. Or you can just hold right the entire time as best you can, like I do. For that down whip, you're kind of forced to use the rightward momentum from the jump if you want to keep your rightward momentum completely. Those were whip cancels. We'll get to those. So for the down whip, you're kind of going to be forced to have to do this. So you're going to have to let go of right in order to hit the down. For the diagonal whip, not so much, because you can hold right and down at the same time, and you'll still be going right normally. But for down whip in the middle of your jump, you're going to have to use that jump momentum from the start as you take off from the ground in order to let go of it, hit the down whip, and keep moving right when you land. So that's going to be important. Yo, Shrumster. Anyways, what was I saying? There's something important. What was it? Oh, yeah. So the tricky part here is you're going up to an upper platform, so you're going to need that down whip to be pretty fast. It's going to be pretty soon after you've left the ground. Otherwise, you're going to get locked on the ground here from a few of these whip frames. So whips are kind of like sub-weapons in that if you press whip before you hit the ground, you're kind of going to have to wait for a few whip animation frames to go away before you are able to move away. I hope what I'm saying is making sense. So you're going to have to, in order to go from this bottom platform to this up platform, that's a very small jump. It's not very much distance frames-wise. So you're going to have to whip pretty early in order to keep your right walk while you whip. So it's going to have to be pretty soon in the middle of the jump. Man, I got to hurry up through this. I'm never going to get through this in time by the end of the day if I spend this long on it. But again, I have to show all the tech. Let me move on from this. Whoops, I didn't get the diagonal whip. So it's like that, like that, like that. All right, moving on. So my visual to whip this skeleton, it's like right about there. I like to be flush with the crack of this tile when I make this jump. So right there. And the whip in this jump is not going to be a fast whip because you won't hit him every single time if you do that. The whip for that jump is actually taking place incredibly late in the jump. Not so late that you're freezing yourself on the ground, but just late enough that you're not doing that. So that's going to guarantee that you actually hit this guy and he's not going to screw you with the bone pattern. Sometimes he throws a bone that can eat your whip input. We'll probably see some examples of frame rules in this game. I'm just going to show you all the things I do to avoid those. my specific strats. So flush with this crack, late whip in the jump. And be sure to land down there. Don't land right here, or else you're gonna lose like a frame or two falling off of this block instead of jumping off this block, because falling frames travel slower than walking/jumping frames. They're actually the exact same speed as stair frames. Which is a fun fact that I found out on my own. All right, so I use a cross to kill that guy, just because that cross is going to hit a lot of other things, and you need to hit things to get a multiplier. You need to hit things with the sub-weapon to get a multiplier. This is consistent over most Castlevania games, at least most of the older Castlevania games. It stays true in this game. You need to hit about 10 things, then a double shot will drop, 10 more things, and then a triple shot will drop from the next little heart candle. It'll just kind of put it in place. Whoops, look what I did. I jumped too early, so I had to do that fall frame thing right there, so I lost a frame for that. All right, let's move on. So I like to be flush with this crack right here before I make this jump. One more time, if you jump too early, you will bump into this ledge right here before falling down. You guys cat jamming at the flue field. So what you want is the fastest fall going downward. So falling off of this platform, there's a little bit of fall momentum before you land, whereas there's already like maximum fall momentum going down if you're doing this from a jump. So I prefer to jump on the way down here. That way you clear this little squeeze faster. And then just take the jump right here, or take the clunk right here, because you can't jump out of this. It won't let you. You could try, but when you're underneath a block height that's like this, it won't let you jump. You can't jump from there. I need this guy gone. All right. If you try to press jump right here, it won't let you. So it's literally impossible to jump out of the clunk. And even if you fall, it still clunks. So that doesn't help you anyway. So just make it a jump. Get that fall momentum. Let's move on. Okay. So I actually do a little thing right here. It saves quite a lot of time. It's a bat boost up the stairs. I skipped this entire stair sequence right here. And it amounts to a good 25 frames saved by doing that. That's including the stairs skipped and the boost itself. Now we got One Punch Man in 8-bit. So this is actually, I should probably go into more detail with this. This is tough. This is a 2-frame window right here. And you might notice something here. This is, get out of here. Get out of here. I don't want to show something. So on this ground right here, there's something interesting. I don't know what's causing it, but this is an anomaly in the game. Once you reach right about here, do you see that? Simon's a little higher than right here. There's like a little raised part of this ground here that was, I guess, coded in, and it occurs. You can see like the sort of bold part of this this background pillar right here, the right line, the right black line here. I don't get it. Anyways, I like to right just before Simon's head hits this line. That's when I like to make this jump. And the reason for that is because we have a bat right here we have to boost off of, and that bat, just like the bat before, spawns based on your vertical position. So you're gonna want a jump that's exactly this high. Otherwise, look what happens. You don't make it. You need this bat to be a little bit higher. I jumped over. I actually missed. Like I said, 2-frame window, not easy. So actually, that's not all either. There's more to this. So I make the jump from here, 2-frame window. On the way to this jump, I actually hold down the entire way. That way, in case, because this jump needs to be incredibly tight. Like the instant I hit the ground, I need to be jumping. So if that were to happen, I like to hold down here because if I were to hit jump early, which is a very common thing that can happen, oops. If that happens, then I don't just like careen off the side and walk up the stairs very slowly. So it's kind of like a safety precaution that I take when making it up to these stairs. I'm starting to get this bat boost a lot easier now. Ah, that was too early. So I missed. That was good. So think of it like it's like two frame windows. You got the 2-frame window down here, hold down the whole way, and then once you take the boost, you gotta hold up. So there's a lot of little things about this. So you're holding down all the way to here, and then once you make the jump, you're holding up all the way to here. I should mention, yeah. Boost frames are good. You want to take boosts off of enemies because you might have known from any other speedruns you've watched in this game that boost frames are just faster than walking frames. So you want to maximize those as much as possible. Basically, you're only as fast as your health bar allows you to be in this game. All right, so let's move on. So making this jump. So this, you can actually grab these stairs from pretty far back here. And that's the fastest way to screen transition into the next screen. And to do that, I like to be flush with this block right here. Try not to be too early or you'll fall and die. And even if you don't die, even if you choose not to do that bat boost for safety or whatever, it's still like a huge walk back. So whatever you do, try to avoid that. It's better to be late here than early. I like to cut it as closely as I can. And that spot right there is about flush with the block right here. Maybe a tiny bit later, and you land right on the edge here. And from there, you can make the jump straight to the left part of the stairs here. And that's the... Too fast. Too fast again. Come on. Where is it? Come on, where is it? Yeah, it's not flush with the crack. It's slightly to the right of the crack. My mistake. I'm going to make lots of mistakes this playthrough, but I'll try and correct all of them as I go. The whole idea, basically, land on the most leftist part of this as you can, and that will be the entire ceiling for how fast you can get out of this transition. Okay, welcome to the next screen. Welcome to the next screen. I have a save state here. Is it this one? Yeah. Okay, so you can enter the screen just holding up and right. So you won't be able to get, even though you can see physically Simon walking, you won't be able to take control of him until he's right at the top here. So once you see him turn around, I'm holding up and right all the way through, but once he turns around, that's the first frame I'll be able to control him. It aligns perfectly with the full illumination of the screen. I like to look at for some visual cues, I like to look at the amount of illumination on the screen in case I need like a first frame or second frame input to take place. But in this case, you don't have to worry about that. Just hold up and right, and once I like to look at let's see, the crack of this tile right here. Right about there is where I make my jump, except it's kind of like when Simon's front foot is just over that crack. This is a pretty good spot to land on. You want to land on the very left part of here, and then once you've made that jump, throw across, jump and throw across. But this isn't just any jump and throw across. This is actually a same frame input. Now, look at the difference between the two heights here. Oh, I don't have a double shot. All right, let's make a save state. Oh, shit. I should probably do that from a pause. There we go. All right, look at the difference in the two heights. Yeah, we'll use that block as an example. So the cross is just above that block. It's like kind of poking into the block on some of its graphic. But now look. Much lower. How did I do that? Same frame input. Jump and try to get as close as you can. It doesn't exactly have to be same frame, but try to get it as close as you can to the same frame. Jumping and throwing your sub weapon. Personally, I have my sub weapon on R. Some people don't. Joe personally puts it on the face buttons, and that's fine. Either way, you should be able to find a way to make this comfortable for you. You want the low cross in this instance. You want the same frame cross input for that cross. That way it's the perfect height to grab that multiplier and kill that bat and kill this clubber. I didn't quite enter it correctly. So that's what you want the cross to do ultimately. Oh, there's also a meat candle right here. The cross will be hitting that too if you do it right. If the cross doesn't hit that meat candle, that means you did it wrong. So here's the whole sequence. I'll be going over it. Yeah, I'll be going over it little by little. All right. So we got this ring here. Let me find a better save state here. Actually, I'm going to start it from the actual entry point. So the frame counter is correct. Okay, so these rings. So ring travel is pretty damn fast. It's a lot faster than walking, even though you need a little bit of time to accelerate, because once you've grabbed the ring, there's a little bit of hang time before you zoom to the right. So that's a little bit faster than walking. So you want to hit that ring even though you don't need it. Well, even though you don't need it technically to go forward is what I mean. You need it for a speed run for sure, because it travels faster than walking. Now, if you throw everything right and do everything at the right speed, you will kill both the bat and this clubber right here. That's what you want. It's actually pretty tricky to hit this clubber. It'll take some practice, but once you get the grasp of the exact physics of this ring and how fast it travels you, and also the exact way on how to make it travel as fast as you can. Like, for example, you want to grab it from the right, so, from the left with a right whip, and you want to hit it at the leftmost point that you can. That way you're starting it as soon as you can. So you don't want to be too early like that, and you don't really want to be too late like that, because then you're not getting as much. You're getting more walk frames than you are ring frames at that point. So you're not optimizing your speed there. What's up, Gallows? Meat candle. What's up, Prong? I'm doing a tutorial. How you doing? All right, so jump. Same frame jump. Same frame cross throw jump. I'm just gonna call it a same frame jump throw. That'll be my name for it. Same frame jump throw. You want the lower jump cross there. Grab that ring from as far left as you can. Swing. So at a certain point during the swing, I had to claw to hit that pause button. At a certain point during the swing, you start losing time over that. So once you reach a certain point, you're getting the swing to the right, and that's pretty fast, but eventually you reach a certain point in this arc where you travel slower on the ring than just by walking. So you'll have to gauge the perfect point to let go of this ring by letting go of whip. Through experience. Mine is right about there. It's like right above the block. So Simon will have a little bit of hang time. So I have a little bit of hang time. I have a little bit of a baby hop right before I land on the block. That to me, I think, is about the perfect height. I tried just kind of clipping into the block and just walking, but I don't think that's faster. Let's see if I can get that. Like, to do that, you have to let go pretty damn early, and I think you can get some better swing potential with your speed than you can just by. Yeah, so something like that. Also, you don't want to let go too late, because then that bat will spawn too high. Here's an example. Missed. And I need to jump right here. The bat was right there, right in my way. But I need to jump right here to reach this ring at the leftmost possible point. Alright, so that's pretty slow. I killed the clubber, though. That's nice. So a little bit of hop time as you come off of that ring is like perfect. Okay, on to the next thing. This crack right here. Oh, stupid and unrelated question? Can you wait until after? If it's unrelated, I don't know. I want to hurry up and get through this tutorial because I'm not going to have much time. This is called the 1-2 clip. Okay. So it looks kind of like this. That's the whole thing. First, I'll show you the easy way to do this. This is an option. You can just kind of, you can ignore all that crap and instead just go up top like this and kill the statue like this and go down like this. Now that was 2 seconds slower than the 1-2 clip. Now if you're not confident with this 1-2 clip because it's pretty tough, definitely go with that other strat. However, if you want to get ballsy, the input for this is actually not so cut and dry. It looks like there's just a window to let go of the ring and go in. Okay, find the window. That's it. Well, when people do that, they find that they have a 0 frame window. In fact, they probably don't even realize it. They probably just realize, hey, I'm sucking at this and I'm falling in the pit all the time. Or just not making it all together. Well, the reason for that is because it's not just grabbing the ring and going in. If you try that, you're just gonna die. You actually have to grab this ring with a limp whip. Now, that's what I'm doing. So here's what this limp whip looks like. I've shown this, I think I've made a highlight of this before. I like to get a whip that kind of goes around a circle like that. That's what I like to grab this ring with, and that enables the frame window. For some reason, you're just extended somehow more by the limp whip than you are with the straight whip, and I don't know why this is, but we're gonna use that. We're gonna use that to get through this wall. So you could really, like, you could practice this anywhere. You could be on the first screen of the game and just do this a few times until you got the idea of what it looks like. So the input is hold up and right, press whip, and then as soon as you see the back whip animation right here, the backswing, as soon as you see that, you can start holding left here. Well, while holding whip, of course. It's very hard to do this while pause. So let's see, it's like that to start with, and then holding whip like that. All right, so it starts with before the backswing is over, you want to be hitting left to turn it into that. And that's what you want to grab the ring with. So just, I don't know, sit in a flat spot somewhere in the game, practice that. See if you can get this sort of, this arcing whip motion right here. So upright, left, upright, left, upright, left. That's what the limp whip looks like. Now, beyond that, you're going to have to press down immediately after. As soon as you grab the ring, you're going to want to press down so that you can make sure that you are fully extended on the ring. Because sometimes you'll grab this ring and you won't quite be fully extended. So once you hit the ring, you're going to want to press down to make sure that you are fully extended. That way you are the correct distance going into the wall. If you're not fully extended, you won't make it. So upright, left, and then hold down as soon as you grab it. And then let go within, I believe it's a 3 frame window if you do that. Maybe a 2. Feels like 3. I think it's 3. So this is the trickiest part. Grab the ring with the limp whip, and then hold down to make sure you're extended. And then as soon as you're through the wall, you can let go of whip and then hold right to get all the way through. I say hold right, not because it's part of the trick, but because if you want to start moving right, you're not going to have that jump momentum. You're going to have to press right to get it in the air. Otherwise, you're just going to get a neutral landing. I'll show you what that looks like. If you just don't press right, you just get that. But you want to be traveling right all the time because that's where progress is. So it's a little faster to do it that way. Yeah. Yeah, no problem, Infamous TV. Yeah, I'm doing this. Lots of reasons. Number one, I mean, the tutorial's coming up. There's probably a lot in here that people are going to want to know. Number two, I'm finally de-rusted, so I'm actually able to do this now. Number three, it's highly requested. And number 4, nobody else has done this. I'll be right back. I need some water. I also gotta pee. Yes, I washed my hands. That's good water. Okay. So I think we're about ready to move on here. One more time, just in one swift motion. It's grab that ring, try to get about that much. Oh, there's one big important thing I forgot. The time you let go of this first ring is right about there. You want your whip to be about horizontal, maybe a little above horizontal, like right there is pretty good, and right there is good too. Like that should be good enough. Like if I were to let go of whip right now, I probably could still get it. Yeah. So yeah, I probably should have mentioned that first. I showed the inputs first thing, which is up, right, left, and then holding down once you've grabbed it. But yeah, for this first ring, it's kind of important to know the right spot to let go. You want it, yeah, right about there is good. Anywhere between perfectly horizontal and there is like perfect. You don't want to be too high, or you'll just like whiff the ring. You'll just kind of miss it like that. And you don't want to be too low, or otherwise you'll whiff it the other way and be too low. What do you mean, really? Yes, I washed my hands. I needed water. I also need coffee. Beat this game in 5 minutes. Well, at least the first stage. At least beat the first stage in 5 minutes if you can. All right, let's move on. So you hold right. Right about here. Try to find the perfect spot to grab the bottom stairs here. At the same time that you screen transition. So it's like, right, whoops, that's too far. Yeah, don't die. Don't jump completely over the stair trigger and die. But once again, you want to minimize stair frames and maximize jump/walk frames when you're dealing with stairs. So yeah, this is a good spot. This is a good save state. Yeah, right about there. It's about, I want to say, like, get Simon maybe like a third of the way over this crack. Maybe you could use like the bottom of these staircases as some kind of visual. Try to practice the right spot to jump here so that you are not doing that, because you're going to be holding up the entire time. If you don't hold up, you're dead. But you want to grab the bottom of the staircase and get the screen transition on the first frame that you grab it, like that. Once again, if you're too early, that will happen, and don't do that. If you're too late, the other thing will happen, and that's even worse. Don't do that. Oh, look, I actually unironically messed it up and went too early there. But again, it's better to be too early than too late right there. Okay, next screen. I turned off all the sound effects and everything. I didn't turn off alerts in general. You can still see alerts, and I will still be responding to alerts as best I can. I think I've gotten everybody except for that follow. Thank you, Dank Asparagus Party. Welcome, thank you for the follow. Castlevania College, did I? If anything, I created Castlevania College by being the guy that does the tutorials. All right, so once again, entering a screen, you get a few frames before you're allowed to control Simon. Even though you can see him coming in from all the way over here, you won't be able to control him until he's right about there. And actually, for this screen, I actually recommend holding down and left. I recommend holding down and left, because there's an interesting thing about stairs. Even though you're on, or the bottoms of stairs, there's an interesting thing about them. Even though you're technically on stairs, if you're close enough to the ground, you can still jump. Even though you're on the stairs. Normally you can't jump on stairs. If you try to press down and jump, you fall off of stairs. If you press up and jump, you just get locked on the stairs and nothing happens. But from the first point that you're able to control Simon, which is right there, you're close enough that even the first frame will result in a jump. So I actually recommend I recommend just holding down and left the entire way and try to jump off the first frame. You know, one thing that I sometimes used to do for consistency's sake and for safety, sometimes I press jump too early and oops, I did that. So it's like, oops, all I did was walk. Well, what you can do, in case that happens, you can try to aim for the first frame. You can double tap this jump. So you can aim for the first frame. That way, if it was too early, your second tap will safely jump you out of it and make it quick. I eventually stopped doing that, but that's something that I do recommend people do. This double tap technique will be used in a few different spots. This is one good spot to use it. So, all right. Like before, when we fell from a great height, I told you about fall momentum, how falling off is a little faster than is a little slower than jumping off. In this case, I recommend jumping off. Now, here's a funny thing about the tops of stairs. You can accidentally grab the tops of stairs while jumping off of a height like this. This can happen several times in the run. This is one of those times. So you're gonna need to round this block, because the forward progress is to the right here, but there's a wall in the way here, so you can't use this. And we're gonna have to round this block as close as we can without accidentally grabbing the top of these stairs. So even just pressing right will accidentally grab these stairs unless you're far enough left before you do so. So it's right about there. So I like to not press right until I'm roughly there. I can tell that Simon has gone through the staircase before I press right here. If I press right any higher than this, I'm gonna accidentally grab the stairs. So you want Simon to be about there before pressing right is safe. Well, thank you guys. My biannual dentist checkup. I actually have, fun fact, I have not visited the dentist in over 20 years. Oh shit, time to get copyrighted. we got Megalovania. All right, so this isn't like an instant jump or anything like that. I don't think you can make it with an instant jump from this spot here. I think you have to walk a few pixels before you're allowed to make this wrap around right here. And once you're at the bottom, this is tough to time at first. This cross throw right here. This is part of the fundamentals of Castlevania 4, is once you've hit the ground, jumping out of it immediately. There's gonna be clunks, so we're gonna have to maximize our jumps to get out of the clunks. Once again, it's one frame saved per jump coming out of every clunk until you're out of clunk frames. So yeah, throwing the cross on the ground here. This is also tricky because if this skeleton is fast enough, or if you're too slow coming off of this staircase, that skeleton can bash into you. So actually, I kind of recommend, in order to avoid that skeleton bashing into you, like ever, like for example, if I were to I was a little too slow there off of the staircase, and the skeleton got me. That time he didn't get me. So if I'm fast enough coming off the staircase, I usually won't bash into that skeleton. But if you want like a sort of a safety precaution, you can actually just kind of not hold right here, but just kind of tap right here. That way you fall straight rather than to the right. If you're ballsy, you hold right for sure, but I actually kind of recommend starting out just by tapping right and getting sort of a neutral fall down here rather than a right fall. That way, no matter what, you're not going to bump into that skeleton, and you'll probably get him with the cross here. Okay, so there's 2 skeleton here that should die to your cross. Let's see, try to find a better save state. Ooh, actually, this is a great save state because this guy gives me... So, I can sort of see... I can see from the entrance point here. Look at what this skeleton is doing. You can barely see him doing that just as you're coming off the... You're getting him off the screen here. So, watch that second skeleton right there as you're coming out of this screen. Or as you're coming into this screen. The entrance of this screen is, it's important to watch him, see what he's doing. If he throws a bone right there, that is a setup for a potential bad RNG that might happen. As soon as you get down here, where he throws another bone, and it's gonna be right in your way. Let's see if I can get that pattern. There it is. In my way. The reason I say watch him is because there's actually a way around this. Up whip. Just be ready for that bone right there in case it happens. Otherwise, it's going to knock you back. That time I clunked, so I messed up the timing altogether. There it is again. It's actually quite likely. I think it's like a 1 in 2, maybe 1 in 3 chance of him giving you that bone. So if he gives you anything else, if he gives you any other pattern than that, you're never going to have to worry about anything that he throws. You're never going to have to worry about any other RNG. But if you could see from here that he's stopped on that platform, that means he's about to throw a bone, and that means he's likely gonna throw a bone down here. So just for the sake of RNG. My teeth are probably all dead. No, they're fine. Look, good teeth. 53 teeth root canal in under 6 hours. I had my wisdom teeth taken out. Yo, Tinwy, good to see you. Yeah, I decided to show all the strats that I got the world record with, personally. I'm not going to go into too much detail about all the different types of strats, because, like, there are top players that do different strats than I do. I won't be showing theirs. But what I did to get world record, that's what I'll be showing. It's not a cheat code. Will I highlight this? Hell yeah, I'm going to highlight this. I feel like I'm going to be getting through these screens awfully slowly. So this is gonna take a while for sure, but I'm gonna try my best. All right, so it's another thing that's important about this cross is to not have it be too high, so that you're hitting those candles. You actually want to avoid hitting those candles with those crosses, because there's a chance it's probably, I don't know if it's gonna happen, but if your cross is high enough and hits those candles, let's see if I can get a. It's hard to do on purpose, but it's a thing that can happen on accident. You want that cross to be really, really, really low, and not hit these candles. And the reason for that is because of frame rules. So there's a thing in this game where if two things that take damage can actually eat the damage of one or the other. So a candle can eat the damage on skeletons, or the skeletons can eat the damage on candles. In this case, you want these skeletons dead. That it just happened. Did you see that? The cross went right through his face without touching him. That's because it hit that middle candle and the skeleton at the exact same time. I actually didn't think I was going to get an example of that, but I actually got an example of that. Sometimes that'll happen. It's like, I don't know how it works. It's sub-pixel dependent, I'm sure, but or some memory address is like every other framing. An example. It could have happened right there too, but I got lucky and it killed the skeleton. But very easily, the candle could have eaten the damage on that skeleton right there. So that's why you want this cross to be as low to the ground. I messed it up every time. As low to the ground as you can. I also wasn't watching the skeleton pattern there. That pattern right there. So if you get you can see the bad RNG on the way in coming, and you can be ready for that bone whenever it happens. And I like to do an up whip at that bone. There it is again. Okay, and then at the same time, you've got a clunk that you're dealing with, and you want to jump out of that clunk as much as you can. First frame jumps are the most optimal, but you're probably not going to get a first frame jump every time, so just jump out of the clunk as much as you can. And I think you can get about up to here before it stops, being a thing, because you have to jump out of there and get another clunk down here. So you got more clunk frames to deal with down here. Pretty much the entire rest of this screen is dealing with clunks. So from all the way back to here, you're just doing like nothing but jumps the entire time. Look what happened. I threw the cross too high. I could have got the frame rule there. I also forgot about the bone pattern. Okay. So there's more to mention about this skeleton right here. So this last skeleton that's on the platform, he could jump at you and get in your way. And when that happens, you want to boost off of him, actually. I didn't get the boost. But if you don't get the boost, it's not the end of the world. You have other places to get boosts from. He didn't give me the pattern that time. There's the bad bone. So that boost is a little faster than just walking, obviously. As I mentioned, boosts are faster than walking. And we are now down pretty low on health, so we can't take any more boosts from this point. Luckily, I do have a save state for just in case you get here with so much health. There's just so much there's so much option here that you can have. And yeah, throw the cross where I threw it at the end there. That should hit the statue twice. Okay, no boost there. Throw the cross there. It actually doesn't matter here if you hit the candles there, because there's not going to be anything overlapping an enemy. So that's okay to hit the candles there. Just as long as you jump out of your sub-weapon animation, get ready to whip him, because he takes 3 hits to kill. The cross is going to hit him twice as long as you're moving properly. The third hit is going to be that whip. Is Cresselia here? Cresselia! Hi, YouTube. Yep, I decided to start my CB4 tutorial today. Either cross or dagger. I used the dagger as like a death recovery in one of the stages. That's another thing. I'm not going to go over the death recoveries. I am going to go over some backups. If in fact, just because they're good in the moment. But your speed run, at least in the end, should be deathless. I'm mostly just going over that. I can show death recoveries if I wanted, but I feel like it would be too long if I did. So I'm gonna avoid the death recoveries and just assume you're going for a deathless run, especially if you're going for strats like this. Oh no, baby woke you up all night. What's up, Bill D's? All right, on to the next screen. So actually, for this screen, I'm gonna load a save state where I have lots of health. So this amount of health right here, assume I have a save state for all the different health values that I usually have coming in here. That's 3 HP, this is 6 HP, this is 9 HP. 6 HP assumes that I've gotten, just about everything, including that bat boost up the stairs, that crazy one. But the skeleton didn't jump on me, so I didn't get the boost in the previous room, or vice versa. 9 HP would assume that I didn't get either one. Didn't get the bat boost, didn't get the skeleton boost either. And for this room, I'm gonna basically just go over it with the 9 HP so I can show everything I can. All right, so you start the screen just walking, you're just holding right, and then I like to bonk and throw this cross at the same time. It doesn't have to be a same frame cross like before. There's actually something important that I forgot. Back here in this screen, gosh, I feel bad about this, but yeah, one quick thing I want to go over. In this screen right here. So the grab to this ring is actually a 1 frame jump. Not a full jump, because you don't want to descend. You don't want to descend the whip onto the ring. Let me show it in pause. So the whip is a little too high to hit the ring. It's not going to hit the ring until it descends a little bit. Right about there. That's where it hits the ring. So actually, this is more tech. So get used to this. You'll be using this a lot. The 1-frame jump. By the end of this grind, you're going to be real good at 1-frame jumps. So there's full jumps like this. Let me just pause it so you can see, I guess, I don't know. Simon's foot is like the tip of his foot is barely in the blue of that background. Whereas 1-frame jump, that's as high as he goes. So Simon actually has different jump heights in this game. It's kind of a glitch when you get the lower one, because he's only supposed to have, I think he's only intended to have 1 jump height. But in this game, you can actually get a lower jump height with a 1-frame jump. There's also 2-frame jumps. He has 3 different jump heights. 1-frame, 2-frame, 3-frame. I just noticed my my internet dropped. Oh, is it back? I think it's coming back. There we go. Okay, I dropped about 1,000 frames there. Okay, let me just explain that one more time. So there's 3 different jump heights of Simon. There's the 1-frame jump, where you press jump for 1 frame. I like to do kind of like a slap-based technique for that. There's the 2-frame jump, which is just 1 frame longer than that. And then there's a full jump. Everything from 3 frames, all the way to a full, just holding the button, is the exact same jump height. Like a 2-second drop. Oh, okay, good. I saw it. Yeah, I saw it go to 0. It's gonna like eat pieces of my sentences and shit like that, and I want to at least go over it and make sure it's there. So my bad for forgetting to mention that. You want a 1-frame jump when you jump and hit that ring. 1 or 2 frames works right there. So just go for it, and if you don't get the 1 frame and instead get the 2 frame, that's fine too. But you kind of want to avoid descending the whip onto the ring right there, because sometimes that clubber won't die if you're not going fast enough on the ring. That part I should have mentioned before. Okay, let's go back to the stables. All right, I like to bonk and throw across there. The triple shot will drop naturally there. It should be seamless. It should feel like you won't even have to worry about ever getting multipliers, because they should all just I don't know, just drop naturally in front of you without any stopping going on. Okay, so the rest is just holding right. All right, so jump throw that. Try not to lose any sub-weapon animation on the ground by getting frozen in place. Just hold right here. Now you reach this. You want to hit the right side of this guy. If you hit the left side of this guy, you'll get knocked back. So you want to hit the right side of this guy and get knocked to the right. That's a nice high boost. See, here's the thing about boosting. The higher up you are, the more boost frames you get, because you got to travel all the way to the ground. But you will boost all the way until you hit the ground. So, like, for example, if let's say I have like a boost height that's as high as this platform right here, and let's pretend that going left was the way to progress. The best way to do that would be to boost off of something and get all those boost frames. So height matters when you're thinking of boosts and you're thinking of what to boost off of. In this case, that's about the highest that you can go in this screen. So if you have 6 HP, definitely take that boost, so you get yourself to 3 HP. Additionally, if you have even more health than that, this guy would be my go-to option. So that guy saves a little less frames for boosting off of him than the tentacle monster. That cross I did was just for swag. It's just something I do in runs just for fun. I kill him on the way. It doesn't save lag frames or anything like that, at least that I've tested. If you have 6 HP going through this screen, you're gonna have 3 after the tentacle boost. The tentacle monster, whatever you call him. Tentacle cake. Tentacake, I think that's what somebody called it before. It has I believe it's called a swarm of vipers. I think that's its official name. But I'm just gonna say Tentacake because it's faster. Just jump and whip that guy. If you don't have the health to boost off of him. Otherwise, one whip stun and then jump into him to boost through him. Now, if you have 3 HP coming into this screen, you're going to want to kill this guy. It's just a jump and up whip. Diagonal whip up. Well, if you're going to kill that guy, you're probably going to kill that guy too. So 9 HP, take 2 boosts. 6 HP, take 1 boost off of the tentacles. And 3 HP, take no boosts and kill everything. Well, kill the 2 guys that would otherwise be in your way. All right, I like to get to 10 hearts here. So I throw crosses there until I'm at 10. And the reason for this is the more ammo you have at the end of the stage, the longer it takes to screen transition because it has to count down hearts. It's not huge in this game. It's a lot bigger in the other games like CV3 and CV1. Like in the NES Castlevania games. It takes a lot longer to screen transition out with that. In this game, it's about 2 frames per heart. At least by my count. People have disagreed with me about this. But I've frame counted it myself, and what I got was 2 frames per heart. Exactly. Not like you know, even though it ticks down at more than 1 heart per tick, it still wound up being 2 frames per heart when I reached the black screen. So I'm pretty sure 2 frames per heart is correct. I think I did. I must have. Okay, so yeah, that whole sequence to the stairs to the left, you just hold left until you're at the stairs, and then once you're at the stairs, I do this thing again where I try to get as close to the bottom here as I can. You also got to watch out for the stair boss, because if you get stair boss, let's see if I can get an example of a stair boss. It's there we go. Yeah, so you might have noticed on my input viewer I was holding up, but I still didn't land on the staircase. It's because every 10 or so pixels, I've been told 10, I didn't really test it myself, but it will eat your up input on stairs. Sometimes it just did it again right there. So you got to watch out for that. Basically just route your way through that. I like to go a little bit earlier than the stair boss pixel. I try to gauge where it is through experience and then try to avoid it that way. You just have to kind of route it out and experience your way out of it. It's just part of the fundamentals. Understanding where the stair bosses are and trying to avoid them. Another way to avoid them starting out, if you're not quite confident with your experience on it, is you can do a little backward turn right before you land on the stairs. That way it kind of, I think that guarantees that you don't get the stair boss ever again. So that's one thing you can do. Although what you do risk losing is a frame or 2 just from the falling being a little slower. Because after all, the whole point of jumping on stairs is to have jump frames going in that direction rather than stair frames going in that direction. So turning around will slow down that process. But if you're not comfortable with it, definitely do that. Okay, next screen. Man, we're still on stage 1. I'm like an hour in, I'm still on stage 1. This is crazy. This first stage, it's one of the stages that took the longest for me to learn as well, just because I had to learn all of the technique and all of the tech. All of the things that Simon can do, his movement, just getting used to everything all at once in stage 1. And it takes a while to learn, but after you're done with this stage, it should be a little faster. And I feel like this tutorial will go by a little faster too, because I'm not explaining tech at the same time that I'm explaining strats in certain sections. Okay, so when I enter the screen, I hold up and right. We already got our Medusa pattern moving. I believe these Medusas spawn based on your vertices, I think. Yeah, so they spawn higher when you jump. In this case, we want to throw a cross right here. Actually, I guess it doesn't matter too much to throw a cross right there. That's just what I do. I get my hearts to 10 when I reach the screen, and then I just grab these hearts again. I guess that's redundant, so you don't have to do that, but I do that anyway, just for the sake of doing it. Maybe you could use it as like a visual for when you're about to do a Medusa boost like that. These Medusa boosts are harder than they look. Did my playlist just stop? Yes, stupid playlist. Let's go. All right, moving on. Okay, once that comes back, I'm gonna make a save state. Okay, this is Medusa Head Boost 1. We're gonna be doing 2 of these. So to perform this Medusa Head, you're not gonna be able to just jump, because she'll knock you back if you try. You have to do a stun lock, and you have to get up on top of the head. And once again, remember the rule where the higher up the boost is, the better. So if it's like incredibly low like that, you're gonna get less of a boost than if it's up high. So up high is the best you can get. So try to get these boosts as far up high as you can, and then as soon as you land, you're gonna be landing on one of those flippy platforms, so get ready to jump out of that, or else these are one-hit kills. You don't want that. All right, so that was a low boost. That sucked, but we're gonna move on anyway. Jump out of that and throw a cross immediately. This cross is more important than the first cross. That first cross is probably more swag than anything else, but definitely throw this cross because it's going to drop a meat for you, and you're gonna need this to perform another boost later on. These Medusa heads only do 1 damage each, so if you ever have like an odd amount of health that makes no sense, consider that these Medusa head boosts are going to amount to more frame savage than the other things. Like, for example, if you have 4 HP going into the stables, that can happen sometimes. Like, for example, if the cross doesn't grab the meat in that 1-2 ring clip screen, then sometimes you can get a value of 4 HP coming into the stables. I would recommend killing everything and not taking any of those boosts, because you'll have 1 HP entering the screen. You'll want to, you can definitely get more frame savage out of 2 Medusa head boosts than you can out of 1 of those other boosts in the stables. So yeah, if you can help it, try to get your HP value to 2 Medusa head boosts as best as you can when you enter this screen. Okay, so after you've taken the second Medusa head boost, don't throw another cross, because it's gonna hit this candle, and you don't want to have to dodge that. Screw that. It's not theoretically a time loss if that happens, but you are gonna have to try to avoid that. Don't do that. That's something that's like a lot of this whole stretch right here looks exactly the same, and so it's tempting to just always throw a cross coming out of every single Medusa boost, but no. After the second Medusa head boost, stop throwing crosses. You do need that jump though, or else this flippy platform is gonna kill you, but don't throw a cross in that jump. Jump out. Let's move on. All right, you are gonna want to, there is some skill ceiling to this jump right here. Get out of here. So if you're too far up right here, you're gonna bump this ledge, and that's gonna obstruct your rightward progress when you do that. So you are gonna want to find a good spot from here, all the way back from here, possibly all the way back from here, to jump to these ledges right here. That way you have no obstruction from this ledge right here as you're jumping right. So it's gonna start from all the way back here, and you're gonna want to land on the very left edges of all of these if you want to have the most optimal movement coming up here. And at the same time, on this final jump coming up to the top, throw 1 cross. This cross is gonna kill, normally there's 2 guys there, but I think I killed one. My visual actually is when Simon is halfway into this flippy platform. That's when I make my first jump going right. So when he's right here, start the jump, do another immediate jump, do another immediate jump, throw the cross at the top. And then don't stop, because this cross is gonna help you kill both. Those guys take 2 hits to kill, One cross deals the same amount of damage as a whip, so just one cross, one whip on each one. And it's all down whips that way. Okay. Fall off of this platform here. Remember the rule there's a general rule. We went over this in that other screen where I fell to go and grab the rosary as opposed to jumping to grab the rosary. While yes, you do travel slower falling than you do by jumping, in this case, if there's a clunk involved with jumping when there's not in falling, then take the fall instead of the clunk. A lot better. So this is a clunk. That's gonna lose you time over just this. No clunk. So fall off of this. And the same here. It seems like, well, a jump must be good. Here, you told me about the fall momentum and all that shit. Well, in this case, you have no clunk when you fall. So take the fall on both of these, not the clunk. This is slower. You can make one jump here, even though you've got it's really weird. Like this part right here is slightly, it's a very funny thing, this ledge right here. For some reason, it's different because you're allowed to jump than this spot right here where you can't jump. So even though you can jump and get this one jump out of this, it's not going to be enough frame savage over just walking off. I've tested this myself. It's definitely better to walk off. So that's the final boost of the stage, that tenna cake boost right there. Now, there's a tricky thing about this guy. As you're going to him, if you are too far to the left of him, even if you're holding up, you're gonna die. Let me see if I can get an example of that. Nope. It might be sub-pixel dependent, but it's possible to get really, really, really unlucky. Because I don't hold up to get on these stairs. I actually instead hold left the entire way and just walk down the stairs from there. As far as I know, there's no air frames that I can find where I can skip that stair sequence. Because even if I'm just walking, I still get a pretty good boost onto the stairs. But this isn't that kind of tutorial. This is the top strats tutorial. We want to get that boost as high up as we can, because higher boosts are better than lower boosts. So take that jump. Try to avoid dying if you can. You want that boost to be right about in the center of his body, but of course it has to be center left or else you get boosted the wrong direction. You certainly wouldn't want to jump too early and get knocked the wrong direction, which I know can happen. None of the wrong things that can happen are happening. Oh, there's an example. Where he knocked me into the pit. Yes, there we go. There's a knockback. That's bad. Don't do that. You want to be just center left and not too far left. See if I can get that example of dying one more time. I can't get the example of dying. Sometimes he can kill you though. All you have to do to avoid that is don't be too far left when you jump up into the boost. Yo, what's up? Grom! What's up, Grom? Hey, Grom, congrats. Guess what? You were the number 3 winner on the giveaway out of like 150 people. Congrats, Grom. Toes Day. Yeah. Okay, on to the next screen. This is the boss screen. We're almost done with stage 1. Yay! Okay, so once again, as with every screen, you can't control Simon until about a half second in. When the screen is fully illuminated, I'll just hold up to show you what I mean. Oh. You see how even though I was holding up, he went down quite a ways before he could go up. It's because I can't control Simon until he reaches about this point. Well, the nice thing about this is kind of like that other screen. He's pretty close to the bottom of the stairs when you get control of him. So what that means is you can actually hold down and right here. You know, hold down and right here and get a jump out of this. It's better than falling off, trust me. You don't want to fall off. You want to jump off. And at the same time, grab that meat. That meat isn't technically necessary, but if Rodan goes wrong, you want some health. Because he actually does quite a bit of damage, even though he's easy. All right, Rodan. Oh my goodness. All right, from the top here. Yeah. Okay, so hold down and right. Time that jump input from when you can hopefully get control of Simon. Okay, so from here, as soon as I like to, you only need one jump clunk right here. This is the only jump clunk that'll actually save you time. But actually, in this case, if you get the first frame jump, you will save all of the clunk frames. Overall, I'll tell you why in a second. But you do want to aim for the first frame that you can coming out of this clunk. That was the first frame right there. That was a really good jump. Because when you enter this section, this scenario, you land on this ledge right here. The sequence begins as soon as the screen sort of blips. Okay, I have a save state here. You see what Simon did there? That little teleportation he did? Right about there is when you know you are in a forced sequence within this game. In this case, the first one being the first boss. Once this happens, it has, like, everything from there doesn't matter. The boss is going to appear at exactly this time. So, the fact that you are still in clunk frames when you land on this is not going to matter. You're not going to need to jump out of those at all. And on top of that, it's a pretty good buffer anyway. Yeah, just take the clunk frames and walk off right here. Doesn't matter, he's going to appear there at the same time no matter what. My visual for when I actually have kind of a buffer that I learned from Paul, Joe, and 2Cat. Get Simon right here. I like to have him, I guess my best visual is to have him be flush with, just kind of centered with the left side of the tile. So I guess Simon is like just beyond the crack, I guess, is the best I can come up with. The center of the tile and the right side of the tile wasn't good enough for me, at least not with my visuals. I prefer left side of the tile. So once you're at the left side of the tile, 3 jumps. 1, 2, 3. And that should get you a pretty fast kill on the first phase of this guy. So again, these crosses are same height crosses. So what that means is, I believe I mentioned same frame earlier. Let me go back to the start here. And just go to a flat spot. I guess right here is fine. So same height crosses can only be done with same frame throws. I mentioned jumping and pressing sub weapon on the same frame earlier. Well, the same frame does 2 things. It gets the cross lower. You see how it's slightly lower? But it also makes it so that the second cross that you throw, because in this game you can just hold R. You don't have to press R individually for crosses. You can just hold R and that throws crosses on the first frame until they're done. Well, in this case, if you do that, if you jump and press R on or sub weapon, I shouldn't say R because not everybody has it on R. If you press jump and sub weapon on the same frame, and you hold R while you just hold R. You get 2 crosses that are the same height. I need a better example of this. You get 2 crosses that are the same height. Now, the reason this is incredibly important is because, again, because of weird frame rules and kind of jank with the damage in this game, it's doing a check for some kind of weird check for altitude on the crosses. If they are the same height, they will do more damage, or at least more consistent damage than if they are different heights. That will do less damage than that on average. So consider that on all the bosses, because you're gonna need to know this quite often. In fact, more than just bosses. It'll matter on enemies too, in quite a few spots. Yo, Neutron Star, thank you for the GL. Yo, Tutu, welcome. Thank you for the sub. I'll be sure to I'll sing happy birthday to you once this is all over. But I made the decision not to do the sub spiel every single time I get a sub. Oh boy, I need water. Water. It's been 2 stages I've already done. Or no, it's been one stage. My voice is already giving out. My throat's already starting to hurt. I don't know how teachers do it, man. So anyways, now that we've done that explanation of damage with sub weapons, well, with crosses at the very least. I think it's only true for crosses, to be honest. Let's get on to the boss. And all right. So that third cross, it's not easy to just get it to be same height. So you don't really have to do that. I don't think it's going to deal any more damage if that one is the same height. At least not in my experience. But those first two, you want them to be same height. That way they can do consistent damage to him. And this does a lot of damage. This gets him, look how much health he's already lost. Like, look how quickly this health goes down when I do this. Just like that. You saw how quickly his health went down and how quickly he phased just from that. Well, actually, you can make it even faster by throwing in a whip. At the same time, he died even faster that time. So that's the most optimal way I know of to handle phase 1. Now, once you get to phase 2 of Rodane, the optimal damage is 2 ticks of damage. So I'll show you what I mean. Rodane has ticks of damage. Every time he goes, and then he opens and closes, he can't take damage any faster than that. So you can only deal damage in increments of ticks. Right? This is with a bunch of crosses. It was only able to do damage those 4 times, so you want to minimize the number of ticks. That was 3 ticks. Okay, optimal is 2 ticks. So when forming like the best strategy you can for Rodane, in his second phase, try to get it down to 2 ticks. Now, the way I like to practice this, I actually have a save state for this. So there's 3 crosses flying, and if you let them go off the screen, oh shit, I can't throw crosses because you can only have a maximum of 3 on screen. So you're gonna need to grab these crosses. That way you're able to throw them again. Now, just for starting out your practice, not in runs, but when you're practicing, consider things like how big is a hitbox of a boss or an enemy or a given enemy. You see where that hit spark is? That's where he took damage. Even though he's all the way over there, his hitbox is that large. So you can use 1 cross to test out hitboxes. That missed. That was too fast. So we can gauge our timing based on something like that. Okay, look at all that damage. That's 1, 2, okay. And then you also want to whip at the same time, because that was 2. Pretty good. That was 2. All right, you can even get more optimal damage here. I go for this just for consistency's sake. 1, 2. I go for another thing here called a cross and whip. Cross plus whip. It's where you whip and throw a cross on at the exact same time. This is a frame perfect trick. Even though it doesn't seem like it, it is a frame perfect trick where you press whip exactly 1 frame before hitting sub weapon. 1, 2, 3. I try to go for that on the third one. 1, 2, yep, mess it up. 1, 2, 3. So that's how you get probably the most optimal damage, and it is the most consistent way to get a 2-tick Rodane kill. Remember that when you're forming a Rodane strat. You want a 2-tick kill, or you can just do that. Throw 3 sub weapons and then start your whips. Oh no. God damn it. As badly as I love that song, it's a little distracting. I want to not have lyrics talking over me, because then that'll be more fun than what I'm doing. Yeah, it was Golden Axe. Oh, Golden Axe 2. Was that Golden Axe 2 or Golden Axe Warrior on the Master System? Maybe they're the same. Oh, come on. As Emmett would say, you guys are BMing me. Right, so 2-tick kill. That's what you want. 1, 2, 3. That was a 3-tick kill, so that was not optimal. So I lost about 1/3 of a second for that. There's a 2-tick kill. I like to throw, you can throw across or you can just whip for the final hit. Once he's in the 3rd phase, that's just one hit away. And you don't have to time it that well. All you have to do is make sure something is touching him on the 1st frame. That he becomes active. That's the easy part. Okay, so hopefully I explained that well enough. Let me start this over from the top. Okay, from over here. 1, 2, 3. Whip. 1. I threw that the wrong way. Okay, that was a 3-tick kill because of the cross that missed. Let me try it again. It is pretty tough to turn around and throw that cross the correct direction. There's a 2-tick kill. That was good. 2, 3. Ooh. Oh, not same height crosses. But I got lucky. I got a good frame roll, and it did deal optimal damage at the very least. But it won't be consistent if I do that. If you want consistency to your damage, that same height throw is the way to do it. I actually mistimed that whip, so I didn't get the optimal damage there. There we go. 2, 3. 2 ticks. That's an optimal kill. We got it. Should I show how to do a Triforce? Oh, Jesus. No, we're going to be here all day if I show the Triforces. I'm not going to show how to do the You can learn your own way to do Triforces on your own. Let's move on to stage 2. All right, so I actually have a save state called pre-entrance randomized hands. No, no, I'm not showing Triforces. I have a randomized hands save state because these hands are random, and it's important to practice what happens when you get a really bad hand pattern. Sometimes a hand can appear directly in your spawn point, and it's really annoying when that happens, because here's what happens when the hands hit you. If I can get an example, they grab you and you can't move. They obstruct, they don't even do damage. Their sole purpose is to fuck over speedrunners, and that's it. So if you get like the spawn point hand, which I got lucky there, I didn't get a spawn point hand, you can kill them with down whips and even sideways whips. And even crosses, actually, if you can get a low cross in on them. Now, you don't have to be, actually, you don't have to be crouching. You can do this with a standing cross. So some people recommend to, they think it's intuitive to hold down and try to get the crouched cross every single time for these hands. I don't think that's needed. I don't even think that makes it more consistent. I don't even think it increases the frame window. That was the hand I'm talking about. So you spawn right about here, and sometimes this hand appears right here. You can react to it. You have the illumination of the screen to see it in advance and jump over it really quickly. If you can. It's like right there. And I believe it's a 4 frame window to react. So yeah, there it is right there. If you can get the reaction time and jump over that hand, go for it. I recommend if you can, like try to get a save state with that hand in particular. You can do it actually if you start the save state on the illuminated part, you'll get the same hand every time. And if you can get a save state like that where there's a hand like this on here, I was never able to get one, so I can't really demonstrate it, but try to practice the jump that you get when you get this hand, because you are able to react out of it, and it is avoidable, is all I'm saying. Okay, moving on. I like to grab this candle, if I can help it, if the hands aren't in my way. I like to grab this candle with a jumping low cross throw. So, because it's gonna need to be at standing height or lower in order to hit these hands. So make sure all the crosses you throw on this stretch are low enough to hit the hands on the way. They may or may not hit hands, like those. And they may or may not hit hands that are in your way, like that one. I actually got that one. There's a bad hand right there. I throw this cross right here because of this hand right here. Because I like to go for the high boost on the spider. And I want to avoid the hands that appear underneath me. And there's actually a perfect spot to throw a cross to make sure that doesn't happen. No! I'm not showing how to do a Triforce. Alright, so the first cross begins right here. I like to grab this candle and throw this cross at the same time. Right in the center of the candle is like the perfect spot. So if you can find a good visual for when to jump and land right here in the center of the candle and get the cross throw right in the center of the candle, that's perfect. And it's all because of this guy. You want this cross to deal 2 ticks of damage on that guy. If it deals 1 tick of damage, you're gonna have to whip in order to get him dead. And what that does is lags the game. So yeah, starting after stage 1, you're gonna have to deal with lots and lots and lots of lag frames all over the game. I will outline every single time that you can save lag in the best way that I know how. I guarantee there will be more developments and new ways to save lag in the future. But I'm just gonna show you what I know now. What I know now is to just kill that guy with that 1 cross and don't have any extra whips, because the whips lag a little more than the crosses do. At least with my experience. So there's the 2 damage. When I'm flush with this tombstone, I keep saying flush. It's a term I stole from Toosneck. I just mean centered with. I use this tombstone in the background here. Once I'm centered with it, jump, throw another cross at this point, and then this cross will be in the perfect spot to kill a bad hand that grabs me on the way down from this boost right here, which I want to take because I love high boosts. I love them. Let's see if I can get it. No. I actually got it earlier on accident. I kind of talked through it, so I couldn't really show an example of it. But the idea is when you take the boost, you travel over that cross, and that cross kills anything that's about to get you on the bottom here because you're helpless. You're in boost form, and you can't really avoid it any other way. Nope, he appeared over there that time. Once again, yeah. So in this game, to boost the direction you want, you have to hit a certain side of an enemy. In some games, it's about like Mega Man 3 and 4, I believe it's about which direction you're facing. But no, in this game, it's all about which side of the enemy you hit. So you want to hit center right of that spider. I guess any part of the right side of that spider is fine. I usually aim for the center right. I feel like it gets over more of my cross throws a little better. But either way, as soon as you land, jump and throw another cross low. Again, you want every single cross to be low enough that it hits hands, that it hits the hands that spawn in front of you, and you want it to be timed right so that it deals 2 ticks of damage to every single tree, bush monster. I forget what these guys are called. Yeah, you also have to react. They're random after all, so you have to remember to jump over hands that are in front of you as they happen. 1 more boost onto that spider. Again, it's a high boost, and we love high boosts a lot more than we love. There's his hand. He would have grabbed me, I think. I think I would have reached him before the cross did, so he probably would have grabbed me. So I was able to react and jump over him at the same time. So what do we got? We got 2 spider boosts. Also, be careful. There's an axe candle right there. So if you ever develop a strat that's like whips instead, try to keep that in mind. That it's like, or like if you're recovering from death or something, and you don't know which candles do what, that's important to know. Or if you just want to like grab candles for fun, or if you feel like that, if you feel like more hearts are necessary, just remember that candle is an axe, and you don't want that. All right, so there's the cross throw right there. Let me start from the top here, because that was quite a lot of things. Ooh, that was scary. Oh, I threw it too high, but I was able to jump over the hand, so that's okay. Okay, I like to grab that cross because it's lagless. That heart, I mean, not that cross. I also, ooh, the spawn hand. I was able to react. Good. Okay, that's a pretty bad hand spawn there, but I was able to get around it. Oop, there's a hand there. I made sure to jump it. Good. Okay. So that's about what that sequence looks like. Let's move on. Right, so all of these save states, I have save states in front of these hearts. The save states are called optional heart. This one is called optional heart 1 and optional heart 1. And then there's hearts in these candles as well. I call this optional heart 2 and 3. Here's the thing. You can clunk. When you jump on these slopes, you sometimes clunk. I'm guessing it's depending on frame rules. There's our friend frame rules again. They just kind of happen sometimes and don't happen other times. I'm guessing it's like a 50% chance or so to get a clunk, if I can get an example here. Come on, where are the clunks at? Sometimes you clunk from a full jump here. Well, anyways, I was able to get a... Come on. No examples, really? Okay, well, anyways, you can avoid the clunks by doing 1 frame jumps here. So you can... If you feel like you're low on hearts for the rest of this, you'll be able to, with experience, you'll be able to know whether you have enough hearts for your comfort or not. You can actually 1 frame jump here and never clunk. Even a 2 frame jump will never clunk here. So if you feel comfortable with 1 frame jumps, go for it. And even if you do clunk, I mean, whoop-de-doo, it's a clunk. It's not the hugest time loss in the world. I don't know. Just the coin keeps landing on the same side. There's the clunk. Okay, maybe it's less than 50% chance. I just know that there's a chance of clunking, and it only comes out of full jumps. If you go for 1 frame or 2 frame jumps, you never clunk. So these are optional hearts. If you feel like you're really low on hearts, you can get those. And this save state is called optional heart 2 plus 3. We don't really do anything. You don't really have to grab them. If I have 5 hearts here, I never grab those. Just because I never want to risk the clunks. But if I'm like way low on them and the hands have screwed me out of being able to grab a few candles that I want, or I just straight up miss candles or whatever, and I have like 3 hearts or something like that, then I go and grab those. I just want to make sure I have 5 hearts here. I don't know if that's really much of a baseline, but I like to have 5 hearts here, personally. That's like enough for the bare bones plus backup, you know. Okay, so right here, this is kind of tough. I start throwing across here, and that's because I want those porcupines dead by the time I reach the area that they're on. And in this case, I'm looking in the background right here. There's 2 little vines here. Okay, so right now my whip is kind of in line with one of them, and now it's in line with the other one. It's right in between these 2. That's when I begin my jump, right between these 2 right here. And you're gonna clunk, and that's okay. The idea is to land right here exactly. If you're landing here, it's too early. You want to land right here. Ooh, look what I did. Too early. Okay, you want to hit him with 2 ticks of damage right there, and him with 2 ticks of damage right there. Now, if you miss either of them, it's not a disaster. This is one of those instances like that. This is one of those instances where I'll show backups in case you miss this cross, because it's actually a pretty tough cross throw, and it's very easy to miss it. You can hit him with whips, and you can hit him with another cross on the way. And you're going to want to jump out of some of these clunks. Remember, it's 1 frame saved for every clunk frame that you jump out of before you're done with your clunk frames. In this particular instance, you are going to have to deal with the rest of the clunk frames. You'll be able to get a few jumps out of them, but not a lot of them. Like, you won't be able to jump out of that one because you'll die in the spikes if you do. So don't go too nuts with the clunk jumps here. Okay, I can tell. So you can usually tell you're gonna hit that first porcupine up at the top. He's easy to hit. He's just at the peak of the jump. It's not a same frame jump cross thing. It's just a high jump cross. But the next one right there, I tried to jump out of the clunk frame. See that? I died. That would have been an actual death in a real attempt, because that was unironic. You can tell based on this platform right here, like as the cross travels through, that is about the same. That is about the correct height to hit a porcupine. If it's going through this platform, you know you've got a good thing going there. But if it's like, oh, I'm out of crosses. But if it's lower than the platform, like that, you know that's gonna miss. And so get ready to throw another backup. Actually, if you watch my world record, if you watch the 3125, you'll see that happen. It actually happened to me in the world record, but I didn't lose time for it because I got the backup cross, at the very least. Okay, that is a perfect shot. It's right here. Right here is the time you throw a backup cross in case you need to. See if I can get an example of a missed cross. There's one. So I have to do that. And I have to whip him as well. Because that backup cross is not going to do 2 ticks of damage. Yeah, it's good stuff. God, my throat hurts. That's too high. I could tell that was too high, so I threw the backup cross. It was barely low enough, and it hit him. There's going to be clunk frames that you deal with right here. I just like to deal with the clunk frames. Just save the 1 frame from this clunk, and then take all the clunk frames here. Because as far as I know, there's no way to... It's so close, but there's not quite a way to make it onto this platform from out of that clunk. So I prefer to just take the clunk frames here. And then walk a little bit, and then land on the left side of this platform. And then move on. Good throw. So I don't have to worry about the backup cross. I didn't have to worry about that whip either. That was a waste of time. But... okay, once I'm up here, there's 1 more clunk that I have to deal with. That's 12 more frames, I think. God, I hope I'm not wrong about that. I'm going to keep saying 12 frames on the clunk. And if it turns out that's wrong, I'm going to be incredibly embarrassed. I'm going to feel like this whole tutorial is bad just because I kept saying 12 frames when it wasn't. But I'm going to assume it's 12 frames. You can jump out of all of these clunks right here. You're going to keep... clunk frames all the way up to here. You can actually keep jumping all the way up to here. And jump out of all of your... Just save 1 frame per jump from this clunk onward. Whoops. From, like, all the way up to here. And it's plenty of time. You're probably never gonna, like, save frames on clunk jumps all the way up to the top. But just consider that it's possible to just like infinitely jump out of this clunk jump, and you never actually have to take all the clunks. I actually had a clunk frame right here. If your frame advanced through, when I made it up to here, I had 1 clunk frame. And if I had jumped out of it, I would have saved that frame. But yeah, there's an example of sometimes you can cut those jumps so tight that you retain clunk frames. And I was able to save 1 frame per jump. All the way back from here. 1 frame per jump. 1 frame, 1 frame, 1 frame, 1 frame, 1 frame. Every single one of those jumps saved 1 frame right there. Wow, I did it again. I did it again. I had clunk frames all the way up to like here, I think. And I was able to save 1 frame per jump all the way. Throwing crosses not take time? Nah. Cross throw animations, they don't lose time over your forward progress. If you're asking me about that top guy kill, the old strat before I realized you could throw a cross and kill him there was to actually whip. Whip that guy once. I'll show that an example of that. So they still threw that low cross, but they did that, followed by that. That was how they killed that guy back in the day. But there's a problem with that. There's one subtle problem with that. which is the reason I throw crosses here. And that is because if I can get a pause at the right time. Just pretend that hit. You see that? In order to get that close, you have to rub up against that platform, and that loses you some right forward progress. All the way to there. And so I decided to save a few frames, throw that cross. That way, I can jump from there, and I don't have to worry about whipping that guy. Because if I were to try to whip from here, I'd be too far away. I can't reach him from here. I have to be rubbing up against the platform in order to reach him. And this way, keeps my rightward momentum going. No, thank you, Iltizog. Boy, I spent a long time here. I'm not done here either. See if I can find a good save here. Okay, this is a pretty good one. Right, so you can get jumps all the way to like here. Now, here's something funny about this. This is another thing. So, one frame jumps. This is like the first instance where just about everybody had to deal with a one frame jump. So Simon needs to descend onto this platform just because it's barely at a height where he is forced to have to descend from any jump height, even a one frame. You gotta wait until he, see if I can pause it at the right time. You have to wait for him to descend onto this platform before you can jump off of it. Well, wouldn't it be nice if he was just a tad lower? That way you didn't have to wait for the descent frames. Well, guess what? It turns out this ledge right here has a little slope right here. And so I found out you can actually wait until right about there to do a jump, do a one frame jump, and he ledge cancels. I call that a ledge cancel. It's something, it's like snapping onto a platform. Some of the other games I've ran have done this. Super Metroid comes to mind. Battletoads as well has this. Where you can just get like look how fast these two jumps take place. Jump, jump. As opposed to the descent, which is much slower. Right? Boom. So jump, jump is a lot faster than jump, jump. It's about 7 frames saved by both mine and Joe's count. Yeah, I mention it here because there are some other, there's actually quite a few ledges at about this exact height that you can't do this with. This is the only one in the game I can find that you could actually save frames with ledge cancels and actually be able to do this with. And it's, in this case, it saves about 7 frames. So, ooh, I missed it. I missed it, so I had to descend onto the platform. That's bad. Try to avoid that. Right there. Jump, jump. That way you get quick jumps there. Jump, jump. Ooh, too early. And so I slipped off. Jump, jump, jump. Okay, here's an example of a ledge that is that same height, but there is no slope. There is no downward movement on any of this platform that'll get you to land on this platform with a ledge cancel. So you do have to deal with the descent here, no matter what. But still go for a one frame. Still go for a one frame because that means there's less descent than if you were to full jump here and then jump. So you save a few frames this way with a one frame followed by a jump rather than a full jump followed by a jump. It's not much, it's negligible, but it's there. Oh yeah, every speedrun is this deep. Yeah, it's not just Super Metroid. we go nuts on these speedruns. And I will say that, yeah, all these other speedruns, they have prepared me pretty well for Super Metroid. Super Metroid is still, though, the deepest one out of all of them. I will say that. This is not to downplay the depth of Super Metroid. There is a meat there, but don't grab it because it's not in the way of progress, so it would waste time. So don't do that. So get the ledge cancel there. Do not do the ledge cancel here because there is no ledge cancel here. It's impossible. So you get to this ledge. Actually, this is something... It's my tutorial, so I'll just show my way of doing this. Not everybody does this. Most people will go jump left to get on this platform, but look where a left jump puts you. it puts you all the way over here. So to go right again, which is where the forward progress is, you have to go that much distance. Now, some people are so good at this that they know how to turn right, but because of CV4 jump momentum, there's really no way to neutral out your jump other than starting from a neutral jump. It's barely possible, but it's finicky. It's finicky. You see there's like different speeds as I'm turning around in jumps. That time I barely got a neutral right there, but I don't know why. It was just the correct amount of frames I held the other direction. Well, so that makes this incredibly hard to time by getting directly, like landing directly on the edge of this platform before jumping over. That would be the fastest way to do this for sure. Is if you could like barely, like on the way to the descent to this platform, barely graze the right side of this ledge and get the jump off. Some people are incredibly good at this. I actually don't do this. When I reach a ledge like this, I do a neutral jump. And I just time the left to land on the right side here. That's my way. So I get to this point, neutral jump, left, right. Because I want to jump from the very edge of this. I find that to be 1,000 times easier than jumping fully left and then timing a right jump from the edge. Theoretically, you can get just because there's a little bit of space here, you could theoretically get a slightly faster jump by doing the jump left. But in my experience, I have never in my life saved a frame by doing that. You do have to be like actually frame perfect to do that. I have only ever gotten equal or better by doing this neutral jump technique. Going to a platform like this. Now, remember that because there's going to be more platforms like that in the future. What's up, Twin Omega? All-nighter again? Yeah, most likely. This is most likely going to be many parts to this tutorial because this game does go quite in depth in quite a few spots. There's a lot of tech. This first part will probably be the slowest to get through just because of all the tech that I have to explain. Also, thank you, Cracks, for the GL. Okay, let me show the rest of that all in one swift motion. Let's see, I already showed the hands part, so let's go here. Actually, let's go here. See, yeah. Here. Okay, let's go here. All right, so optionally you can grab that, but you have to one frame or else you might clunk. From there, throw the cross. That's too low. Get the backup cross right there. Good, got it. I got a jump and I accidentally bonked, so I couldn't get all the clunk jumps out. Neutral jump there. Oh, I was too early, so I bonked. I bonked the imaginary edge of this thing right here. Okay, one more time. See if I can get it better. That's a good height, so I don't have to worry. Just jump, 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 jump. Good ledge cancel. Neutral jump. Good. All right, there we go. That's that whole sequence. All right, here's my save state optional heart 4. Even still, if you're running low on hearts, you have one more optional heart that you can get right there. And it loses no time to go for it. Just make sure not to like have a really late whip and lose some whip animation frames on the ledge here by getting frozen in place on the ground. Just make sure your entire whip takes place in the air. You can even utilize your limp whip to cancel out. I'll go more into depth of whip cancels later on. I'm gonna wait until they're absolutely necessary to talk about because they will be. Don't worry. But in this case, we got all that's important is you grab that heart without losing any whip frames on the ground. That's fine. Okay, moving on. Right, so this slope right here, I don't think it... there are some slopes in the game that save time by jumping up of them, but I don't think this one is one of them. At least not by my frame count. Do your own frame counts to be sure. for sure. It's worth doing your own frame counts in any game you get into. But in this case, even though in my world record, I like as soon as I make it to the slope, I do a bunch of jumps just in case, because I'm not sure if my frame counts are consistent. I only did 1 or 2 after all, so I just did a bunch of jumps right here, just in case. At any point, you can lose a frame by walking up the slope as opposed to jumping, because there is a little bit of, in order to get that diagonal motion, this game kind of has sort of like a staircase pixel type of deal going on with some of these slopes. So it can be sketchy. It does a pretty good job of going directly diagonal. But yeah, just in case. It's just a just in case type of thing for me. As far as I can tell, it is safe to just walk up this slope. All right, so let's move on. I like to find a good spot here to jump to this first little nub right here, and then jump up to here, and then do another jump, because we're dealing with more bush monsters, and they're pretty laggy. So I like to make sure the only thing on the screen is a sub-weapon, and not have to whip at all until they are completely gone. So you throw a cross right here, kill them with the cross right here. So here's the thing about sprite deaths. Sprite deaths are even laggier than the sprites themselves. There are 4 flames right there. All of those are a separate sprite. Some enemies have like 20 flames. They go crazy on the flame death animations of some things. In this case, he's just got 4, so he's not too laggy compared to some enemies, but it's pretty laggy. So be sure to have as few things on the screen as possible when they die. In this case, I like to just have 1 cross and not do a whip while they die, because that'll put more sprites on the screen, because this whip is actually more than 1 sprite. There's quite a bit going on with the whip. In general, just as a general rule, the 1 cross is less laggy than 1 whip. All right, so like that, like that, like that. Throw the low cross right there. Now, granted, this is a gamble, because the low cross, I mean, you're not guaranteed to always get a first frame jump out of a cross animation on the ground. So you might lose like a couple frames freezing yourself on the ground to get a low cross. I still think it's worth it over the whip, because the whip will lag more. See, even though it is a cross, it's the least amount of lag frames, but there are still lag frames, and no matter what you do, other than this, it's going to be even laggier than that. So I think the lag frames you save by throwing the low cross outweigh the amount of freeze frames you get right here by throwing the sub-weapon on the ground, like that. Okay, so those are the spots I like to throw crosses at. Right here? No. Right here. Ah, good. Good spot. Oh, these are good save states, man. All right, so that's where I like to throw the first cross. I like to throw another cross right here. It's kind of right in between these 2 trees. So cross number 1. Ooh, that was a first frame jump. Ooh, no, that's too early. I'm wrong. So maybe it's just center right between those 2 trees. Like once your head pokes into the second tree, I guess, is a little better. Right there. Good. So that'll kill the bush monster and the porcupine. The porcupine doesn't lag that hard because he's only 1 flame of sprite when he dies. But you do want things to die at different times, because the animations that change around also factor into play when considering lag frames. Okay, good spot. That should do 2 ticks of damage. That should do 2 ticks of damage there. Sometimes there's a zombie that'll be in your way. Just be ready to, like that, just be ready to jump him. They are all avoidable. All these zombie patterns are avoidable. And you don't even have to worry about jumping clean over a sprite either. It's usually during their spawn points that you have to deal with them ever. And in this case, I don't think I'll ever get the bad pattern here, but yeah, sometimes he'll appear like kind of right here. Just be ready to jump over him. While they are coming out of the ground, they don't hurt you. It's only once they are standing up and are a full sprite, that's when they hurt you. So just be ready to jump over that. Yep, Mega Man. I'm not gonna, no. I can't run NASA. This game is way, way easier than NASA, trust me. All right, and then just walk right to victory. Trousers down for stage 8. There's a good chance I'm not gonna get to stage 8 today. This is gonna need to be several parts, I think. All right, so entering this screen. As soon as you can, I guess, like, I guess get your, like, poke your head into this candle and then have a cross come out. The idea is to just kill that bird. That one cross is gonna grab all these hearts. Let's not forget this platform right here. This platform right here is going to... This platform right here is gonna be traveling left when you reach it. It always travels left. It's a proximity spawn. It might be a global spawn from the start of the screen, but I know it's not like completely from the start of the stage or the game or anything like that. This platform will always be traveling left, so it's gonna obstruct your movement a tiny bit. It's gonna slow down your walk speed, so you don't want any walk frames on this platform. But you are gonna need to land on it, because you can't make the jump all the way over. I don't think, anyway. Oh, you can. You actually can. Maybe that's a time save. You could like throw that into your world record attempts. But as it stands, what I did for the world record is I just jumped on this platform and jumped out of it as fast as I could. Yeah, that might be a time save for all I know. I don't know. Like I said, do your frame counts yourself. There's stuff to be found in this game all over the place. Once I'm on this low platform, I throw another cross. That should, whoops, I forgot about him. Okay, so something like that right here. Don't forget to whip down at him. What that should do is grab the other candles and kill that last bird. You are gonna have to whip down at that tentacle cake. Low platform, high cross there. Okay. Just be sure. So in this screen, there's like this is a very common. Get out of here. There's a very common thing right here, where the floor just kind of changes altitude, but to walk across it doesn't lose any frames. There is 0 frame loss walking across something like this. As much as it looks like Simon's blipping around and you're not sure if you're saving a frame doing that, you are not losing a frame doing this. I haven't tested every single one of these yet, but I've tested quite a few of them, and so far I've never had Simon lose a frame from just walking over these. That said, I mean, even if you're worried that maybe some sub-6 pixel values somewhere in the future might cause you to lose a frame there, you can throw your jumps in right there. I do that myself because I never know. I never know if my frame counts are that accurate, so I like to, wherever possible, I like to take care of that. Okay, let me not jump ahead. I need to not jump ahead. Okay. All right, so right there. Let's get some save states going so I don't keep on going back to the same spot. Okay, I believe we were right here. I like to grab this big heart right here. This candle over here is a big heart. I don't think every runner does that, but I like to grab it just because in case of like backups, in case something goes wrong and I throw too many crosses somewhere, I don't know. Any number of things can go wrong, and I like to have, where it's safe, I like to have more hearts than I need whenever possible. So I grab this for safety, and it loses no time to do so. I take that hit on that bat. I don't really have to do anything to get the right bat height or anything like that. I just kind of make sure I land on the left side of this platform. I think it's... Oh, he is lower. Yeah, he was a little lower when I was further right. You see that? Yeah, okay, so it looks like if you land on the very left edge here, he's going to be higher. Yeah, okay. No way to get him any higher than that. So remember, high boosts are better than low boosts, so get this bat as high up as you can. boost off of him at the highest point. And look at all this distance right here. This isn't just like a boost on the floor like we're used to. This is a nice high up boost. So this is a big time save over just like say, I don't know, like just jumping over and walking this way. It's a much bigger time save over that just because you get all this distance of boosts. Just be ready to jump out of the swamp when you land on it because swamps suck you up and they obstruct your forward movement. And the fastest way to go through them is to first frame jumps on the swamps. And when you land, you're gonna need to throw across. I'm gonna go back. I don't like that save state because it's a little too much of a thumb hop. Right here. There we go. Boom. So just be ready. Treat them like clunk jumps, basically. Yo, what's up, Carlo? All right. What was I saying? Yeah, get that bat up as high as you can. First frame jumps out of the swamp. Okay. Was able to do that again. That whip up to that bird is a little tricky. It's hard to get the whip upward without losing some whip frames in the process. You're doing it from here, so just make sure that all of these whip frames take place in the air and the whip up to the bird doesn't like lose you time on the ground here, which is very easy to happen like that. I need a better save state now. All right, so I throw that cross to kill that frog, but sometimes the frog gives me a pattern like that where he does a baby hop. This frog has a lot of RNG to him. That whip diagonal right there in that spot takes care of that pattern. So we have routed our way around all of these patterns. Every pattern but the low hop right there will run into that cross and die. But throw that whip there just for safety because you never know what he's going to do. That'll take care of the low hop. Because if you leave these frogs alive for more than like a second, they can destroy you. They will catch up to you too. You will never outrun them. They will get behind you, but they will constantly be nipping at your heels if you do. So make sure they are dead on the way. Input viewer on the spot where the splits are, so it's a bit bigger. You mean... Oh. Well, I have the chat room there. I guess the chat isn't that active, so it might be safe. Maybe I can just do that. Yeah, having a larger input viewer is nice. I don't know. Yeah, sure. Let's put it down here. Make it a little bigger. I guess chat isn't that active, so it's never gonna reach the top point very much before it all goes away at once. Yeah. All right, let's do that. Yeah, that's a good suggestion. Thank you. All right, so there's frog number one. We're gonna move on to the bird here. Make sure that up whip takes place fully in the air so you don't lose any whip frames on the ground. Okay. Okay, so you got a little bonk jump here, and then you get a jump out of the swamp here. Throw across as you jump out of the swamp here, because there's a, well, he died. Do it from here. There's a frog right here. And this frog can also give you, so the jumping throw there. This frog can also give you a low pattern that'll actually not quite jump high enough to reach the cross. For that, you will do a down whip right here, as opposed to not a diagonal whip, but a down whip in this case. I'm actually not sure if a diagonal whip takes care of it, but yeah, this is a me tutorial. This is a my strats tutorial, and I decree a down whip is better. Okay, right there. There it is. Boom. Actually, I might be wrong about the cross placement. Oh yeah, it's right here. Yeah, it's not the swamp jump first and then the cross. It's actually this one right here. This is where I throw the cross. And then jump out of the swamp. If I see that pattern, whip down at him. Oh, forgot the up whip. Let's go up whip. Throw across here. Okay, good. So once you reach here, you're not going to be able to see him on screen, so you're going to have to memorize this. Do that jump whip right there. Otherwise, you're going to forget, and it's like, oh, fuck. So don't let that happen. Because I actually just did it right there. There was another one right there. I actually literally just did it right there, unironically. So yeah, once you're on this ledge right here, that's when you do a jump whip again. These are all just forward jump whips right there. You don't have to lose any time here. Now right here, you'll be waiting for this vertical platform. There's really no way to reach it in a way that you can reach its first cycle. You have to wait for it to go up and then down and then get on top of it and ride it up. So I use this time to dump a few hearts. I like to get to about 2 or 3 hearts is perfect for me. And there's a timing here. I like to get about this close. Let's see how close you can get. You can get about that close. I think the next pixel will kill me if I get any closer than that. So personally, I like to have back foot halfway over the edge. That way I have a little bit of room here. And the timing to jump up, you'll want to find the earliest frame you can jump up to that next ledge. Okay, right there. That's the perfect time. Once the there's this like brown mound. It looks like a little bird head actually. It looks like a little bird just going with like a little toucan beak. I don't know how else to describe it, but I don't think that's what it's supposed to be. It's just a little mound of slightly browner texture than the rest of it. Anyways, imagine that this is like the head of that. I don't know if you see that same bird that I'm seeing, but once you see the top of that, the top of that brown stuff right there, once the platform has poked its head or poked out of the head of this thing, that's about the perfect time to jump. Maybe a little earlier than that. And the faster you jump, the more time you save. So you want to jump from the first frame you can, which is right about here. If you're any earlier than that, like there, that was good enough. I was able to clip up. Yeah. If you do that, you die. So don't go too early. Oh, hell yes. Bucky O'Hare again. Freaking love this song. I just want to make sure. Yeah, good. Okay, I want to make sure that my game sound was muted. Because I much prefer the playlist to the sound of the audio breaking over and over again from these save states. So right there. And from there, I like to do an immediate jump again, because I'm about to throw a low cross right here. And hit all of these candles as well as that bird. I think that's the best way to deal with the bird. That's the best way I could find, anyway, to deal with that bird. All right, let's get it a little closer, get a better save state here. So 2 or 3 hearts is fine for that. Sometimes this bird goes into a place where you have to whip him. And in this case, I don't think the whip lags the screen here. It might lag it a little bit, but sometimes you have to. And I couldn't find a better way to deal with the birds with one cross on screen other than using the whip. So personally, I throw that whip there just for safety, and then I throw this whip here just for safety as well. So for pretty much all these birds here, I'm going to be doing like a safety down right whip, because these birds can give you a lot of different patterns. Like that one. Sometimes that cross hits that bird, that time it didn't, so I did the down whip for safety. Down right whip. SG&G tutorial next? I doubt it. The thing about SG&G tutorials is there's been like drama in the past about people posting strats. And I'm kind of worried about that. I don't want to be a part of that. But as far as I know, there's no drama for posting strats on CV4. So this one is, I can tell, it's also very warranted too because there's a tournament coming up and a lot of people are going to want to know these strats. So yeah, I like to get past those birds with a cross and 2 down whips. And then I like to grab this heart right here with a cross because this cross is going to deal with these birds as well, or bats as well. Better than that, of course. I'm going to be doing a lot of jumps, so those bats are going to be spawning higher. And my way of doing this is just to deal with those birds, or that bird right there. That bird, these birds are incredibly random. Even though they're very weak, they die very quickly. They die from just one limp whip. They have actually an insanely low health value. The limp whip deals less damage than the straight whip. But in this case, these birds die from just one of these, as opposed to one of these. There you go, thank you. Alright, so down whip here. Let's see, get moving on. Grab it with a cross, and then I like to throw 2 more crosses once I've reached this bridge right here to take care of both these bats and this bird at the same time. You don't want to jump over the meat, that's bad. And then once you're at the end of the bridge, you can just hold right, walk over the bridge, and then you reach this spot right here with a bunch of skeletons. Let me get my save states back up. Where's this spot at? Is it here? Ah, okay. Good save state. All right. So this is what there's actually a new strat that I hear that I've never learned. I was kind of worried when I got here. There's a slightly faster strat than what I do and what I'm going to show here, and it's because I never learned the new strat, and I actually completely forget how to do it. It involves a boost on this skeleton, and Joe knows. Right now, Joe is probably the only one that knows how to do it. So my apologies, you're not going to be getting the fastest strat possible here, but just know that in the future there might be an addition to what you do here to save the most frames. Right, so there are like 4 different patterns I believe the skeleton can give you. He can walk back, he can throw a bone, he can keep walking. In this case, I do a down whip there just for safety in case he decides to walk forward and throw a bone immediately. I'll be able to kill him on the way, no problem. And this is lagless too, so it's safe to go for this whip without lag problems. I got the pattern that time, but he didn't give it to me that time, so I decided to throw another whip there just to be sure. Okay, I throw a cross right there every single time. That takes care of all of that next skeleton's patterns. Okay, so right here, throw a cross here. See what kind of patterns he can give me. I believe he has a pattern where he walks back, doesn't he? Or maybe it's only after he throws a bone. Either way, that cross right there is going to take care of him. And then I just grab everything and jump over this porcupine. I don't kill him. He takes 2 hits to kill, and he's a little hard to... I mean, you could try killing him, but you don't need to. Just remember, you don't need to. Yeah, whatever you want to do there is fine as long as you don't lose your rightward momentum throughout the whole thing. Let me show you that sequence from the top here. Okay, from here. Okay, we got that pattern. That's the safety whip in case he moves backwards. Okay, there we go. And then cross there. And then just jump the porcupine. He's got a nice easy hitbox. You shouldn't ever have a problem with him. Okay, and here's Medusa. So here's where Medusa begins. So, just like Rodane, the first boss of the first stage, once you see Simon do that, where he does sort of like a teleportation thing, that's how you know you're in a sequence. So everything from this point onward, it doesn't matter. Medusa is going to come out at the same time every single time. So you can be like this, and Medusa will still come out at the same time every single time. So come up with like a visual, maybe a buffer, because you want to hit Medusa at the earliest possible time, and she's going to come out of the screen at a seemingly, well, at the same time every single time. So my visual is to land on the ground, throw across, get right here. I use the pillar in the background. I like Simon to be halfway into that pillar. Once the cross has reached Simon, throw 3 more crosses. That's about the perfect time for Medusa to appear. So like that. Boom. Okay. Now, okay, this is where whip cancels start to come into play. They're not huge here, but this is one of the first bosses I do whip cancels on. I actually do whip cancels on Rodane, but this is where it first like matters to do whip cancels on. You could actually save time with them. Okay, so what you saw there was that. It's not just this. It's not just this. It's this. You see how much faster that is? So here's the thing about the whip. This part does not do damage. This part does full damage. But this part does not do full damage. So you want to hit anything with a lot of health that you need to whip. You want to hit them with as much of that as you can. But what if you don't want to wait the entire duration for the whip to go away before you can throw another whip again? What if you don't want to do that, but you want to get that next whip out as fast as you can? Well, you can use the limp whip technique here to cancel out the animation. And the input goes something like this. So you can do a forward whip just by standing and pressing the whip button. But to get the limp whip, you have to hold the whip button. That's what enables it. And in this case, I just use one little tap of a button. In this case, it's the down button. I use the down button while holding Y to cancel out. And then once I let go of Y again, the whip is gone and I can do another one immediately. So it's hold Y, down, let go of Y, press Y. Hold Y, down, let go of Y, press Y. So it's something like this. And if I were to speed it up a little bit, whoops, too fast. That's the other thing. Yeah, you can actually cancel out the animation in the middle of the backswing like this. And this will not do damage if you do that. If you go from here to a limp whip immediately, like if you go from here to like that, and you don't get a single straight whip animation, you're gonna do 0 damage. So that's where this technique becomes kind of difficult to use. So, yeah. Get good at your whip cancels. It won't save you a huge amount of time over the course of the run, but it could add up to quite a bit, and it could start to matter at the top level probably pretty soon, if more people decide to get in on the scene with this game. So yeah, max damage using the whip. Let's go on to Medusa. So in this case, once the cross reaches me, 2 crosses, and then a cross plus whip. Actually, I got to do it faster than that because, or in low percent. That is true. Yeah, if you're gonna run low percent, you're gonna want to learn whip cancels for sure, especially if you want to get to the top level there. Okay, this is a pretty good save state here. Once the cross reaches you, 1, 2, 3. My third cross, actually, I let go and I do a cross plus whip for that one. Remember the cross plus whip I mentioned earlier? I'll give you a reminder. In case you forgot. Press cross 1 frame after you press whip, and you get that. Whip and cross at the exact same time. It's pretty tough technique to get down. Ah, failed it right there. Yeah, you're not gonna get it every single time. But, oh, I'm out of hearts. But it's something that you can get down over time, and you can use on several bosses to get extra damage in whenever you need to. I use that on the third cross in this instance. 1, 2, 3. That is dealing double damage now. If I were to just throw the cross there, that would not do that extra whip worth of damage. So once the whip animation goes away, then I can start my whip cancels. to kill Medusa as fast as I possibly can. 1, 2, that. I actually got frozen right there. Okay, let's try it again. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Now, actually, in the middle of this fight, there's a good chance she'll give me a really fast... Let's see if I can get an example. Where is it? No, that's Vipers. There, that thing. That thing right there freezes you in place and makes it so you can't do damage. Come on, do it. Do it. Do your thing. There. So that turns you to stone and freezes you in place. If that happens in the middle of the fight and she's not dead yet, that could cost you quite a bit of time. So don't let that happen. Of course, if you take one hit, it'll knock you out of the stone thing. I got hit right there. You do want to avoid taking damage on this fight. So you can actually avoid the stone gaze thing by crouching. It won't hit you. Do your thing. Yeah. It'll avoid you if you crouch. So for that last hit, 1, 2, I actually like to crouch for the third one. And sometimes, yeah, sometimes she gives me bad RNG and she does just crash into me before I'm able to kill her. But usually if I'm really good at this, I can handle all the patterns without taking a hit. Nope, I missed the cross plus whip, so she was able to get there in time. There we go, that was pretty good. She moved backward for that one. Ooh, she got there just in time, just at the end. It's possible to get the third whip in just before she hits you, and that third whip should always kill her. Does this song come from? This is Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Once Medusa is dead, I actually have a bad save state here. He's a little center right from where I usually have him. I kind of usually have it so that his face is kind of poking in. So I'm a little too far right, and that's probably why Medusa is hitting me so much with this save state. I like to get right about there. Okay, so dump all of your hearts here. I'll explain why in a little bit, but whatever hearts you have left, try to have 0 at this point. It's not necessarily it's not necessarily the time saver, but there's something that occurs here. This waterway right here, it gives you a boost. It's slow when you go the wrong way. It's fast when you go the right way. This is faster than a regular walk. And looks like we're back here. That was a good kill. That was a really good kill. There was no way she would have gotten anywhere near me with that kill. This hand right here, actually. This hand right here, the whole idea of this hand is to grab you and get rid of your hearts, and then it flops over and dies in a flaming blaze of glory, and then it leaves the screen. Those hands also lag when they die like this. Look at all those flame sprites. Every single one of those is a sprite. And so if there's a lot on screen, like this guy, for example, when he dies, which he will stay on screen longer if you have hearts, then there's going to be lag. So you avoid all the lag frames by getting them completely off the screen, and then, like magic, the perfect time for this skeleton to spawn and be an extra sprite on screen is now. So that's why we get to 0 hearts here before we enter the screen. That way that guy leaves quickly. And it's not like you're going to jump over this guy, because look, the jump frames are slower than the walking frames in this instance, because you have a waterway to boost you while you're walking. So you want to maximize the walking frames. So that's why we have 0 hearts here. It's the fastest way that we know of. Okay, first skeleton, I will do a slight whip stun like this. It's like a forward and then down, like that, while holding Y. And the reason I do a whip stun there is because you can just jump him like this for most of his patterns. There is one pattern, though. There's one pattern he does that sucks, and he goes backwards and knocks you the other direction. Let's see if I can get that example. Nope, he walked forward there. I believe it's a 1 in 3 chance. That wasn't quite the pattern, but I got knocked back anyway because I suck. There it is. So he walks backwards and he knocks you the wrong direction. That would have made it if he gave me any other pattern. Well, I can force him to stay in place like that with one little whip stun. And that avoids that bad pattern knocking me back. You always get this good boost right here. And then there's another guy right here. He always walks forward. He actually never gives you the bad pattern where he walks backward the moment you reach over his head. He always walks directly into you every single time. So it's totally safe to just do a jump. Ooh, whoa. That's a tricky save state right there. Let me get a better save state. Okay. Yeah, from pause. This is pretty good. This is a potion candle. This gives you invincibility, which you're gonna need, and it's right on the way, so you don't lose any time for it, but you do have to jump to do it. But that guy is in a pretty awful spot, and so is that guy, because all these spikes right here kill you in one hit. So yeah, even if there was a way to just not grab that potion and take the walk frames, you probably still wouldn't want to, just because of all the spikes in the way. Oh, whoops. Okay, I'm on this guy. So this... I like to do a down whip here. You would think landing right here means I lose some time. Oh, you don't do that. You would think landing on the downslope means I got more jump frames in before I reach the ground. But because of past enemies, like for example that green guy that swooped over my head and the skeleton at the same time, they are kind of still active and they still count as sprites. So that whip right there winds up being bad. And so the perfect spot to jump and whip at this candle winds up being a little more forward than you think. And you can do it with a forward whip or with a down right whip. One of the two. But yeah, definitely don't do it from here, because those guys are still on screen and they will lag the frame for like one or two frames. Even though it seems like it should be faster to do it that way. Yeah, all of my frame counts made that down whip while jumping slightly down the slope a little faster. So you'll be able to walk all the way through everybody, and you'll be able to bump your head on this spike to be able to grab that meat candle, which you're gonna need for more boosts. Which is gonna be important. Let me just go to the edge of this. Okay, that should be good. All right, it's pretty easy to accidentally like bump into the left side of this thing, because the waterway is actually gonna switch directions and it's gonna stop giving you a boost from walking, and then jumps become the fastest way to get through here. This is just a mechanic you can't change. It's all timed from the start of the screen, so you're forced to have to deal with this. Now just be ready, because it appears right about there in a very awkward spot, and it sort of messes up your jump a little bit. But through experience, you'll be able to get the right timing so that you bonk your head on this thing, as opposed to just rubbing up against it on accident with a too early jump. And you're gonna want that to whip upward at this candle. And now, since it's going the wrong way, you have to do jumps to get out of the rest of this. So now the question becomes, how do you maximize jump frames? Because look at this. See that little bastard up there? One hit kill. So how the hell are you gonna avoid that? Well, once you reach past this pit of spikes right here, which will kill you if you touch them, I like to do it with one frame jumps personally. I think one frame jumps are better than full jumps here. At least for the most part. You might need a couple of full jumps in order for the jumps here to line up with jumping directly over this bed of spikes here. But once you are past it, one frame jumps are the key. That'll help you not bump into that spike right up there. So we do one frame jumps all the way to the edge. And then you're gonna have to delay the last jump a little bit. You're gonna have to bite the bullet, do a couple of walk frames right here, because if you try to jump again, you're going to jump directly into that spike. So you have to sort of experience the hitbox on this spike. Try to find, it's a terrible hitbox too. It's like way bigger than its graphic, especially the backside of them. So it's right about there. That's the last jump out of the screen. That way you maximize your rightward movement. What's up, Nova? Sagnate, Bong Lord Life. Loving the spam. Okay, next screen. And this is the last screen of stage 2. We've already killed the boss. This stage is unique in that the main boss of the stage is, and the only boss of this stage is in the center of the stage rather than at the end. So once you're done with this screen, it just automatically transitions you into stage 3. Who am I kidding? You already know that. All right, so screen 4. What kind of save state is this? What a crappy save state. Hang on a second. There we go. That makes more sense. All right, so I like to double stun this statue right here. Remember what we did with the double stun in stage 1 to get that bat to spawn lower? Well, this isn't to get anything to spawn. This is just to get Simon. Well, this is actually to get this thing to not shoot fireballs quite as much. That's what causes the lag. See, if you were to just do this, fireball, and that lagged a tiny bit. You probably couldn't see it in this speed. You'd have to get in an emulator to see it, but what happens in emulator happens on your console, on your OG hardware as well. Usually. So I like to do a double stun. So you saw him flash, but I have off-screened him before he could shoot that fireball. And the reason it's a double stun instead of a single stun is because even though it's off-screen, I don't think you can see that. Yeah, he's completely off-screen. But he's still able to shoot that fireball off, even though it's slightly off-screen. Visually, it's still there according to the game. And so that sprite, along with this green guy, along with all this other shit, is gonna lag a little bit for a couple frames. So to completely despawn that fireball, you need a double stun to make that statue delay its fireball that much further. All right, and then that slope is just walking, so that's easy. Let me go forward a little bit. Okay, so at the end of the slope is this boost right here. For the longest time, people were just walking, right? But I found out if you get a jump right before you take the boost, it's kind of tough to time because if you're too early, you get that, which loses time. But if you're frame perfect, you save 5 whole frames, 5 frames on a boost, which I like. And it's not like it's frame perfect to do it. You got a few frames to work with. I believe the second frame saves 3 frames. The third frame saves 1. I think the fourth frame like evens out. I would recommend going for this. Do a little jump right before you get boosted by this guy. That way you have a higher boost. Save more time on your boost. The boost frame, you might be asking, does the waterway save more time over boost frames? It does not. It's actually a slight bit slower than boost frames. That's what this is. That's what it's like. People wanted me to show, like, there's a beginner tutorial out there of this game that's like really, really old. But nobody's ever shown like all the little intricacies that we get at the frame level throughout all of this. And that's why there's so few guys with 31s. People like go like for years and be stuck at 32 because they don't know this like frame knowledge. In every single spot. And once you have like all of these added up, it amounts to a good minute of just time save just by routing. Oh, a frame? Yeah, that's an increment of time. So in movies and video games, just anything with video, 1 frame means 1 image, and an image is like a length of So the game runs in 60 frames per second. 60 frames, a frame is 1/60th of a second. time-wise. So that's how we use this for speedrunning. And every single time you see something new on the screen, that's an image. I'm not pausing perfectly every frame, but yeah. Yeah, thank you, Eddie. Anyways, yeah, jump right before you get hit by this guy to save up to 5 frames. Moving on, that guy you don't have to, there's no lag issues here. To my knowledge, I've never had to deal with lag here, so I don't have to whip stun that statue. I don't think. The rest of this is really easy. It's just holding right. Literally just holding right. And there's 2 boosts you can do here. You have just enough health for that. Actually, I should probably mention, there'll probably be some spot somewhere in this stage where you've taken extra damage, especially when you're starting out, and you're not going to have optimal health for this boost. In this case, you can actually jump straight over that guy. And that's my recommendation for if you have suboptimal health. Oopsie, bad jump. That's even worse. If you have suboptimal health, jump clean over this guy if you can help it. It's a pretty tough jump, actually. It's even tougher than going for the boost. But other options for saving health are in this previous screen. Like if you're really low on health, kill this skeleton and kill the next skeleton as well. Like that. That's one way to save health. That way you don't have to worry about what you need to do if you are missing health for a damage boost. I did show this in stage 1 as well, like what you can avoid if you're short on health. Okay, where were we at? This one? Yeah. So I do have enough health here, so I will take that statue boost. But if I, like for example, Medusa kept bumping into me, that on that tutorial of Medusa, if that happens, then I can avoid that statue boost. And if more shit like that happens, I can avoid those skeleton boosts. So that whole stretch right there with that slope, that's literally just walking right. There's nothing you have to worry about. I wouldn't even recommend a jump right before these guys, because I don't think you can really save time that way. What I will say is sometimes there's a clunk that happens on those guys. As far as I can tell, it's unavoidable, at least to our knowledge currently. It might not be unavoidable. It might be avoidable in the future if we figure it out. What's up, Eagle Eye Jones? Yeah. Yeah. We just say 1/60th of a second to be safe. All right, so I think that's everything in stage 2 and backups. Let's move on to stage 3. Nice, I got clunkless all 3 times. I don't know how to get clunkless, but we exited the stage with 1 HP. That's how we know we are top. We are top tier. You exit the stage with 1 HP, that means you optimized your damage boosts all the way down to the max extent of the health bar. Okay, stage 3. And there's a good chance this tutorial might, at least today, might end here, because this is going to take a while, and my throat is going to need to, yeah, this stage is going to take a while, and my throat is going to need to rest, I think. And I can already tell by how long I've spent on this that there is no way in God hell I am going to get through this whole game. Stage 3 jail. Everyone learning to run. Yeah, this is jail. This is essentially jail. All right. Maybe I should show that last screen. I didn't really do like a full run through all these screens. So this is starting from the second to last screen, the first waterway screen. Looks like that, and then right there. And then just walk through everything because you're invincible. Slightly delayed jump there for the spike. 1 frame jumps there so you don't bash into that spike with a full jump. Double stun on that statue. Try to get the last frame jump. That was actually kind of weak, but I barely got a jump in the last frame there. 1 more boost on the statue, and then the rest is just holding right.
Got the clunk there. Also, yeah, I got the bad pattern there where the second one spawns high, and whenever that happens, he knocks me back. So actually, if you see that, get ready to jump. You can see visually that he's up higher than normal, and you can actually avoid that by jumping, because he's gonna knock you back like 9 times out of 10. Yo, Damper! Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. My apologies. My alerts are off. Well, they're not off. They're just muted. Okay, on to stage 3. So, the old strat was to walk off of these, but you might notice there's some fall frames going on if you just walk off of this. So I found out that you kind of want to jump off of this. But if you land down here, you get clunk frames. So that will cost you time if you go for this. So that's why this is kind of a gamble. You want to jump from right about... There's a 2-frame window you jump from. This is a very interesting overhang right here. Like, that will bonk you even though there's seemingly no ceiling there. And you'll land here and have to deal with a 1 falling frame right there. So every time you fall off one of these, it's 1 frame slower. The optimal spot is right there, landing on this exact little nub right here. If you land down here, it's too low. If you land right here, it's too short. But at least if you land right here, you only lose 1 frame. Whereas if you land right here, it's optimal. Okay, lost 1 frame. Optimal, good. Okay. And if you do clunk, see if I can get a clunk on accident. It's not too much different. It's just a high cross once you land. 1 high cross. By high cross, I mean not same frame like I mentioned in stage 1. It's just peak of the jump, then throw, as opposed to both buttons on the same frame. I'm out of hearts, so I couldn't demonstrate. Resulting in a lower cross. If you land right here, if you land anywhere but the bottom, you're going to want to do a low cross, because a high cross will be too high and sometimes not hit that bat just because of your position when you spawn them. So a low cross is safest for that bat. The rest coming forward. I like to jump really early from this platform, by the way. It's tempting to want to get all the way to the edge here, but actually that messes up the bats a little bit. You see how he's kind of in my way and the cross didn't hit him? To avoid that bat being in the wrong spot, I do an early jump here and try to land on the left edge of this platform here. That way, once I reach the threshold that spawns him, he'll be in the right spot, as opposed to here when he's going to be much lower than he should be. Oops, I got the clunk jump there. Okay. Was still able to handle it. Good, left edge. Whip that heart. Yeah, in this case, you want hearts. Oh, I forgot to mention, yeah, do not skip this heart. This is a heart here. Yeah, it's right before the stage transition. Definitely get this heart, because you're gonna want that 1 heart, because you did the rest of this with 0 hearts, and having 0 hearts here, I actually don't know. I don't even know what to do if I have 0 hearts here. So I wouldn't even be able to tell you how to handle that first part without a cross. So definitely get that heart. Please get that heart. Because you get to keep it on the way into this stage transition. That was actually discovered by TMR. It was pretty late development, so that means there was a strat back in the day with 0 hearts, and I don't know what it is. Okay, moving on. Land on the left edge, make sure that bat spawns high. 2 down whips right there. Okay, so this little thing right here, it's got an annoying hitbox. this one little poker needle right here. It has a hell of a hitbox on it. So like, get out of here. I can't even explain it, honestly. Like right there, it's actually obstructing my upward movement right there. Well, actually, it turns out you want to bump into this while landing on this platform. You actually want to use the hitbox of this thing to land on this platform. Because if you jump late and you land right here, you could mess up a potential bat spawn that appears right here while you're dealing with this Mudman. So get the bonk. Okay. So even at the top level, damn near everybody is breaking the Mudman as they go past. So like that. And what that does is he does not have a hitbox while he's breaking, so you can actually go straight through him while he's breaking. Couldn't really get a good example of that because everything was in the way. All right, I want to see him give me a good pattern so I can show it. All right, I was able to go past him and not have to, well, maybe I can show a better example. No, that's bad. Yeah, something like that. You can actually like touch them as they're breaking. So that's a safer way to jump over them. But actually it causes a couple frames of lag right here. And later on, there's going to be more of these guys. And there's so much shit going on that they're actually going to cause 10 frames of lag a piece if you do that. So don't forget, this bonk jump right here is it's more important than you think. This bat that appears right here is very rare. It doesn't happen often, but it can happen. Now, the danger of this, that bat right there, the danger of jumping over him as his larger sprite is it's a very tight jump. This guy has an enormous hitbox. And if he touches you while he's large, he deals 4 damage. And that's gonna matter a lot. Whereas if he accidentally touches you and he's one of the little guys, he only deals 3 damage. So it's a big safety strat to break them on the way. That way, in case you missed your jump, at least you'll only take 3 damage. Because that 4th damage is actually going to matter quite a lot. Because this stage is very long, and you get 0 chances at grabbing any meat. There's no health ups that you can get along the way. There are health ups in the stage, but they're so far out of the way that they're not worth going for. Yeah, the intricacies of CE4. So, big gamble here. If you want to save 1 or 2 frames right here and 10 frames later, jump over this guy's big sprite. I need a closer save state. Whoop, that's too far. That's way too far. I actually have this is good. This is a good save state. I actually have a different save state for every one of this guy's patterns. I'm gonna go over his patterns because the patterns are very important to learn. And the patterns of every enemy is largely why this tutorial is gonna take so long. So here's the easiest pattern in my opinion, the toward. He's walking toward you pattern. So you can do it that, or you can do that and be a little safer. I believe that's a 3-frame window. I haven't tested this in a long time. It's been, I ran this game like all the way back in like 2018, so it's been a while. But I believe that's a 3-frame window. It could be 4. Either way, it's a very deceiving window. It doesn't matter how easy the window is. It's very deceiving because the back of this guy's hitbox is enormous. It's like this guy has like invisible shoulder pads or something that he hits you with on the way over. So anyways, yeah, this guy has a very tough hitbox. Just practice that jump a little bit. If you feel like it's a little too dangerous, whip him on the way. It'll make that jump 1,000 times easier. And the other pattern he can give you, it's actually a 50-50 chance. He can give you an away pattern, which is this. And you're gonna need to get right about here. My visual, some people use that little water droplet. That water droplet right there appears there every single time. But actually I don't really use that as a visual because he's still a little bit of distance away when I want to make the jump from that water droplet. I actually use, there's a little up there. There's a little, get out of my way. This thing right here. Once Simon's head is just about in line with this thing, that's about when I make my jump here. This is a much tougher pattern. So this is one to practice when you're making the jump over this guy. If you're too late, I said if you're too late, you'll bump into him. And if you're too early, you'll bump into him on the way back. So the idea here is to take 0 damage from this guy. Still, that was still too late. Early. That was early. There we go. That's what you want for that pattern. So once he gives you the away pattern, with the toward pattern, there's only one option after he's decided to go toward you. He just walks forward and you jump over him on the way. With this away pattern, there's 2 more possibilities. Either he turns back and keeps walking, or he turns back and he turns back again. When he does the turn back thing, that's when he's the hardest to avoid on the way over here. And actually, I highly, highly recommend whipping him on the way back every single time. I tried to do like a down whip here at one point and see if I could actually do a real jump over him. But it turned out that jump was A, harder than I thought, and B, sub-pixel dependent to even make it over in some cases. Like that. Yeah, like that was an instance where a down whip would have, or an actual down whip, not diagonal down whip, would have saved me. Okay, so it's right about there. And then once you've reached right here, past him, this is a low cross, so you can grab that candle. If you do a high cross, like a peak of the jump cross right there, it's actually gonna miss that candle and this statue. They are both exactly in line with each other at the tops of their hitbox. So what hits this candle will hit that statue. What doesn't hit that candle won't hit that statue. Whoa, that was actually almost way too late. All right, so that's after the Mudman. Wow, interesting save state. What a neat dude, I made this save state? Holy shit, that's a good save state. Bat always gets me when he's moving right. Which bat always gets you when he's moving right? Are you talking, oh, you're talking about that terrible random bat that appears. I wonder if I can get that bat to appear and get a save state for it. Like from here, maybe? What if I delay a little bit? Yeah, like that. Okay, I think it's sub-pixel dependent. Like if I were to delay a tiny bit, like that, on the way. Yeah, then a bat appears right there. That's what happens when Simon somehow doesn't get there fast enough. And it could be because of maybe the clunk that appears at the start or something like that. And if you can get like the away pattern plus the bat pattern, you can handle that a little bit. Let me see if I can manipulate that bat to appear. Yes. Now, we got the bat. I want to get him to move away now. No. Yes. So there's the bat. That bat's going to be in the way, so you can't just walk. You can see that bat in advance. You can visualize it at this point. Like you're already looking at the Mudman to see what pattern he's giving you. At the same time, that bat's going to appear. You have just enough time when you make it up here to get a single down whip in, followed by the next whip. And it's hard. It makes it 1,000 times harder, but it's doable. Yo, Wonder Waffle. Yep. Tutorial percent today. And it's just barely possible. It's incredibly difficult when the bat fucks with you like that. But anyways, yeah, that would be the way to do it. And if you get the toward pattern with that bat, usually the bat appears in a way that it's out of the way. Like you naturally jump over the bat while you're naturally jumping over the Mudman. Alrighty, so we've thrown our cross. We got a low enough cross. Let me show you an example real quickly. Oops, I threw the cross too high. It doesn't hit anything. But you definitely want to hit this candle and this statue with that cross, so it needs to be a low cross. And to do that, same frame presses, or as close to same frame presses as you can. Jump and sub weapon on the same frame as close as you can. And so the way I kill the statue is that cross and a whip and then another whip. There is one other. Well, no, I'm not going to show it. That's just my way of doing it. Actually, Richter Shade mentioned something to me. I'm going to show it here just because, you know what? Yeah, I'm going to show an alternate. I'm going to break my rules once. Show an alternate strat. It's a tiny bit slower, but it's a gamble. You know, or gambit. I don't know. In chess, we call it a gambit. You sacrifice something to gain something else. In this case, you sacrifice, since this jump over this guy and this whip over this guy is so ridiculous and precise, there is a slightly more forgiving option that will cost you maybe a frame or two. I forget what the win. Give me a second while there. Yeah, it's that. So you can actually. I like to get. I don't really have a good visual for this. Maybe just over this. Yeah, like in between these two vertical cracks in the ground right here. Something like that. There's a timing to jump and make it over him. And it's a big window. It turns out that's an incredibly big window. Very easy to do. And it hits the statue. It hits the statue and the cross. This was recommended to me in PM by Richter Shade. I did ultimately take this out of my own route just because it turned out it was costing me a few frames and I just wanted to go with the fastest way. But if you want to sacrifice those 2 frames and get a much, much bigger frame window, jumping over this guy's terrible pattern when he's going away from you, by all means go for that. Okay. So, we've thrown our cross. 2 whips. What do I do? 2 whips. So again, in this area, going from one of these humps to the next, there's a little bit of a fall frame. That's 1 frame lost if you just walk it. So I like to jump all the way across that on the way to the statue. All right. I like to make them 1 frames as well. Ooh, I messed up my my movement there. I also like to make them very short jumps as well. It's not necessary, it just helps me get in line with this statue kill a little better. And then once I get to this statue, it's pretty much exclusively jumps all the way until he's dead. Like all the way from here. It's pretty much exclusively jumps. Actually, it might be all the way from here. Yeah. So I've made this jump right here, and I whip the guy right here. I get the low jump right here. Everything from here is just jumping. Oops, missed the jump there. Missed the jump again. Oops, that button. There we go. Jump, jump, jump. And then that's about the best way I could think of to handle that section. It's also lagless, completely lagless. 0 frames of lag throughout all of that using that strat so far. For any percent? Yeah, this is for any percent. Okay, on the next. Oh, we're here. Okay. Let me start from here so I can better gauge exactly where I am. I forgot to do jump, 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 jump. There we go. Now we're here. So remember that cross all that time away? It carries with me all the way to the edge of the screen, and so it actually hits these statues at the end of the screen. Let's see, what do I do on the jumps on the way over here? So for this, that bat right there can be a little annoying. Like if you jump here, he's gonna hit you, and you don't want to take any damage here. So actually, I recommend getting all the way to the edge here. You might even need, you might even actually need to rub up against this ledge here first in order to avoid getting hit by that bat. There might be another option. I don't know if you can, no, that lags. No, that lags. So don't do that. You're gonna have to, do this without killing the bat. And kill the statue that way. Each of these statues take 3 hits to kill, so 1, 2. You actually don't even need to whip again. It's 1 whip. As long as you throw the cross from here, it'll hit the statue twice before it reaches you.
And personally, I like to jump early right here. Why do I like to jump early right there? I don't know if there's a reason for that. You might not have to. Yeah, you absolutely don't have to. There's no reason for it. I keep reflexively throwing that extra whip, but that's actually bad. You don't want to do that. Just one whip. That's the least laggy thing you can do. There's a little hump right there. Don't walk off it. Save the 1 frame for free by jumping. Okay, get down here. So once I'm at there's like a little slope right here. Once I'm at the bottom of this slope, I make the jump right here. And I make sure that I land on the left side of this. And I actually like to make this a 1 frame jump so that I land as far left as I can. Only because I'm getting ready for more 1 frame jumps on the way. I don't think this has to be a 1 frame jump. No, this one can be a full jump. But just be sure you get the 1 frame jump from here and land right here. This is actually a tougher jump than it looks. But you can get it consistent with a little practice. I actually missed the 1 frame right there. I 0 framed it. That's the big gamble with 1 frame jumps. Sometimes you press it so lightly that you don't even jump. Which can happen. All right, and that's my way of doing that. Back in the day, we had a different strat going through the section where we go down the middle of this area right here, but it turns out this way is faster because less fireballs spawn, and less fireballs means less lag. It's really that simple. So you have a jump, you have a clunk right here, and I recommend only 2 jumps, and then just take the rest of the clunk frames. Because you don't want to mess up these mudmen as you're jumping over them. You want them to be consistent. Just take that clunk frame. Now, you could do that thing I mentioned earlier where you whip them as you go across, or if you are feeling ballsy, save the 10 to 12 frames each time by jumping over their large sprites instead. You risk taking 1 more hit of damage if you miss, and the frame window for it is much, much, much tighter, but you do save 10 frames per jump. Yep, press some buttons for 1 frame. It's very common in this game. You get very good at it in this game. You do it in Super Metroid too, like after you've done full halfy, that jump coming off of the ledge. That's a 1 frame jump. What's up, Pizza Gang? Good afternoon. Let me get some coffee. I'm very happy my internet hasn't dropped a second time yet. And some water. Oh, good shit. I'm way too addicted to coffee, man. Okay, take the clunk frames. I recommend jumping over. Now, I'm gonna get to these mudmen here. These mudmen have, again, all of them are 50-50, but there's 2 of them here, so there's a lot more outcomes than just 50-50. Okay, we got a toward. I call that toward. There's an away and an away. So here's the thing about away patterns in this section. This is a more flat section, so this is a little easier to handle than that weird edge of the platform section that the other away mudmen did. Go get some coffee then. All right, there's an away toward. That's actually the worst pattern possible because you're forced to take some damage there. But at least we have ideas for if that happens. I actually have a separate save state for every single pattern. So this is good. There's the away toward. You have to take damage here. Just make sure you're whipping down and you are taking damage in a way that boosts you to the right, because it's very easy to accidentally get boosted left on the way here. Like if I were to just keep on moving right, it's basically random whether or not I actually go left or not. But I mean, it's possible. It's definitely possible to find a spot here that always boosts me to the right. And even if I get 2 away patterns, I'm able to use my iframes to get through the second one. So that's always nice.
But actually, what I recommend, there's a way to avoid damage here, and this is what I always went for during my grind. So to get this, you have to have an away pattern. Well, you can get a toward and away for it as well. Let me try this. So there's the toward pattern. If I can get an away pattern here, I can do that. I can actually get through him that way. And the reason I did the diagonal whip there is because, yeah, it's sketchy. It's a very tight window here, but the diagonal window, or the diagonal whip, makes the window bigger. And let me show you what I mean. So there's the down whip. It hits him faster, so you have less time. The down whip hits him faster, so you have less time to jump out of it. If he's walking back towards you as you jump over him, you can get over him nicely without taking any damage. But when he keeps going away, that's when it gets a little scarier. So I came up with this diagonal whip idea, where you go for a diagonal whip, and it's an incredibly tight jump. If he walks back toward you, you jump over him without touching him. But if he keeps going away like that, the idea of the diagonal whip is to hit him later. So I'm committed to the diagonal whip the moment I press it. Come on, give me the away pattern. Okay. I didn't quite freeze it at the right point. There we go. Okay, so that's a good freeze point right there. So at this point, he has chosen to do 2 away patterns. He's still walking away for this increment. Now, a down whip right here would have hit him already, but this is a diagonal whip, so it hasn't hit him yet. It's not gonna hit him until I descend a little further to right there. And that's why I have a bigger window to jump out of this than the other way. And so that's what I recommend if you really, really, really want to not take damage on those guys. With that strat, that means only 1 out of 5 possible patterns will guarantee a hit on you. And that would be this pattern. This pattern is unavoidable. You have to take a hit. Make sure it's a hit that only deals 3 damage, not 4. But if you get this pattern, this is fun. You get 2 away patterns, so you have to do this twice. Got it. Got it. Oh, I missed the first jump. I jumped too late right there. I got a little too close to him, so his back toward me pattern got me. So you need to find a spot where that won't happen. Nice. Nice. Ooh, no, I jumped too early. I missed the jump. Nope, too late. Nice. That's it. And this diagonal whip is kind of a late whip in the jump too. It's not like I jump and immediately diagonal whip. It's sort of jump and then make it a late diagonal whip in the jump. Just enough time to... Shit. There. Good. Good. I promise there's a window there's a window where you can get over, well, there's a jump timing that you can get over every single one of these patterns. It's just really hard and I'm very under-practiced. I just came back to this game after all. So bear with me while I slog my way through this. Come on. I even have an upload, somewhere back there is an upload of me doing this strat for the first time ever, just to show it to the community, and I got all the patterns and didn't mess it up a single time. But now, since I'm so rusty, I'm messing it up every time. Okay, it looks like I'm getting better at it. Yeah, there we go. What's up, Billy? Nicky Three Toes, thank you for the GL. Okay, I think that's it for the Mudmen. I hope. So let's move on. If you get that, you get a jump over these spike platforms. As far as I can tell, there's nothing there other than just jumping. You can get from that first hump to that third hump, although I don't know if that matters. Make sure you throw a cross on the way. That way these 2 bats die. And then the rest of this, there's pretty much nothing happening. Just walk. Now, for world record attempts, I actually recommend if you have full health here, if you actually manage to get through all of that shit with full health, I actually recommend taking a boost right there. This will end up, it's a pretty high boost, so it's a really nice hit to take. And do it off the first stalactite, not the second, because the second one will land you right here, which means less boost frames, because you're landing faster. All right. Now, this is a gamble. You may not want to do that. Mostly because this guy is going to give you a random pattern. If he goes left, it's 50-50. So I personally take the gamble. For world record attempts, I take the gamble. I take this damage boost and I go, please don't go left. But if he goes left, whoop-de-doo. Okay, I go through him. I'm 3 health down. What this means is I'm going to have to sacrifice some time later, but it's not going to be so much time that it makes the boost earlier not worth it. So let's see what he gets me. He gets me an away pattern. I can do the same strat. Whoa, I got a limp whip there. If he gives me the away pattern, I can do that. And I fail. I missed the frame window. It's like a 2-frame window, I think. I recommend boosting off of this stalactite. If he gives you the left pattern, I recommend boosting off of the first one here, not the second one. It only saves 1 frame to boost off of that one, but it's a higher boost. It's just in keeping with the general idea. Higher boosts are better than lower boosts. So if you have to choose, that one's the worst one. Okay, away pattern. Oh, stop limp whipping, you douche. Oh, no, I missed it anyway. Come on. Give me the away pattern. I actually have a save state for the away pattern. Why is that happening? I don't know what I'm pressing to make that happen. Okay, that's pretty good. Although I think that was... There it is. Okay, yeah, I was jumping too early. Okay, you gotta get much closer to him than you think when he gives you the away pattern. And once you get it, it's about a 2-frame window that'll encompass both patterns. Okay, so the nice thing is you hit this candle along the way as well. And this candle will help you, although it's not 100% needed. And if you have to hit him on the way, which I failed to do right there. I failed to jump through right there, but yeah, it's a hard strat. It's something you have to practice a crap load in order to be back to world record level at it. If you have to hit him, then usually that candle won't be picked up, but that's okay because you have candles over here. You are gonna need these hearts, but luckily there's always a way to get them. One more thing. Over here? I think it's over here. I forgot. I forgot about them, but whatever. Where is it? It's right here. This is a small heart. Grab this only if you are really, 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 really short on hearts. And there's no way in hell you'll be able to get enough by the end. Like if you have 0 hearts there, grab that heart. But just know that that heart costs 4 frames to grab. So don't grab it every time if you want a maximum frame savage. Costs 4 frames in lag, I should say, because all of those stalactites are sprites. Now, it's a gamble. You can choose not to take that damage boost if you don't want to. Just know that it will be the fastest way. It'll be looming over your head if you choose not to. It is technically the fastest way, as risky as it is. Also, yes, jump over that statue on the way out. The arm pump in Wreck Shift hallway is bad. Just arm pump faster, JRP. You just gotta mash faster. Richter! Look what I'm doing! I'm on stage 3. So let me go over all that I showed you all in one segment from the top here. Let's see what kind of patterns we get. So the bats are not RNG. They spawn where you are. Got it. That was a good jump. Don't forget there's also that other one. I mentioned that other strat with the cross, the low cross Richter shade. Just to make sure people knew about it. Oops. Oh, I messed that up. Walk down. 2 away patterns. Good. Perfect. That's like the hardest pattern to deal with. But at least I was able to avoid damage there. I have enough hearts, so I don't need that one. I could take that boost, but I realized a little too late, so I didn't. It's okay because I have the optimal health here anyway. Okay. That right there is the amount of health you pretty much always want. Full health, all the better. Although, keep in mind, if you have full health, then you don't quite have the optimal amount of frame savage. You're just gonna be 3 health extra at the end of the stage, and nothing you could have done with it. Yo, Raspinall, good morning. Yeah, I can show that one more time. Just this first Mudman. The idea, well, let's get the better pattern here. Just this idea right here. I believe that's what you mentioned before. And you're able to get this candle. I'm not that good at it, so I missed the candle. You do want this hard after all. But yeah, there's that, and then there's the other thing. What playlist this is? Yeah. There you go. Okay. Okay, moving on. We've got screen number 2. I'm gonna do it with this health. So this is assuming you got all of the worst patterns, and this is how much health you should have. This is the worst case scenario. How much health you should have with all the worst patterns. Odds are there are gonna be attempts where you have less health than this, and I'll show you what to avoid if you have that little health. But just know that if you don't have this much health or more, your world record attempt is pretty much dead. Because these boosts save a lot of time each. These are the big gun boosts in this run. And I'll show you what I mean. So I like to have extra crosses here. I like to have 3 crosses right here. This heart is always free. You can always grab this heart. You never have to walk past it. You have just enough time to get this boost on this fuzzy here. Now, one way to get this boost is like this. That's the slower way. You can even like grab the heart on the way as well, and you can do that. It's like the safe way. And actually, currently the world record actually fails this boost. So if you were to do it that way, you'd save time over the world record, just because the world record gets the 2 stuns, which actually makes the boost happen later, unless you can do that. That's the idea. I missed the back whip right there in the world record, and so I had to wait for him to come back around again. So that's one of the time losses in my run. But if you can get that stun right there, that's the fastest way to do that fuzzy boost. It's just, let's see, so this second whip, actually, this is not, so the first whip is a high whip with like a full jump. The second one, I actually make it a lower jump, like 1 or 2 frames will work. But if you do another high jump, it has a chance of missing that guy just because you whip above him. But any other jump height will hit him at the peak of the jump. So that's the idea. And this is not, so the first jump whip deals damage once, does 1 stun. The second one is 2 stuns. So 1 stun, 2 stuns, and then a back whip. So this back whip is a forward whip and just holding the other direction.
It's just jumping forward and then pressing backward. Let's see. I'm trying to show the. I really don't have a way to maybe piano grip like that. That's about what it looks like for the first frame or so, and that is what you're hitting the fuzzy with. The end of your whip right there behind you. That's what you're stunning the fuzzy with. In order to stun him the fourth time, in order to be able to get this boost in this one cycle here. Okay. Yo, Darth Cubius. Thanks. Yeah, no problem, Twitchy Twitch. What's up, Wolfazix? Good to see you. And Kobazig, good morning. Yep. Edit it into a tutorial. Probably not edit it. I'll probably just highlight it. And that's it. Because I'm not a very good editor. I'm a really bad editor. This is just going to be a long, meandering, one-take tutorial. And honestly, that's better than nothing, because there's nothing like this out there. And I feel like there needs to be. Okay, so we've gotten the damage boost. Actually, this is neat. I actually have a save state just practicing this part right here. Interesting. Woo. All right, so as you can see, I'm doing that whip that I showed you and was able to do a pause buffer on. But at the same time, I'm actually also sort of leaning back into it. I'm doing that into the guy. And that allows me to land right here, and it's pretty quick. It's a pretty quick set of movements, but whoa, interesting whip there. But get ready to immediately jump left, because you're right next to a ledge, and you're going to be holding left throughout that boost for the rest of this. Yeah, no problem, Socrates. Let's hope I don't do a bad job at it. I'm hoping that I get everything. I've already had to like go back in a couple of spots and get some really important info that I missed. And I'm hoping people watch the whole thing, because there'll be a couple of spots where there's some valuable info missed, and then later on in the video is where I wind up mentioning it. A full game tutorial, probably not the whole game today. This will probably take a few streams. I'm already 4 hours in and I'm only on stage 3, so I really doubt this one stream is going to be a full game tutorial. All right, let's move on. So you get this jump. I like to get this jump all the way from the edge here. So that means you're going to ledge cancel, but sometimes you ledge cancel in different spots than others. Like this is a bad spot right here. But this is a good spot right here. So you want to make sure your ledge cancel puts you exactly on this pixel right here. And the reason for that is you're going to make 2 jumps here. One to go this way, and I don't like those. Why are they? One to go this way, and the other, will you get out of here? Get out of here. And one to go toward that ledge right there. And you want to be able to make that jump. And the key to making that ledge every time is to, come on, you can do it. The key to getting it every time is to be in a good spot on this ledge right here. That way you make it, I don't like that the fireballs are in the way while I'm trying to explain this. All right, so you get the jump, get that jump, get that jump. And you want to land right here. It's very common for this ledge to be shorted and land back downstairs. Now I can't get the fuzzy boost anymore. There we go. It's very common for this ledge to be shorted and land back down here. Usually what happens when you do that, though, is you just land back on this platform. But it takes some time for the camera to scroll up a little bit, and then the ledge is now off screen and it kills you. Kind of like a Kid Icarus fall off the bottom of the screen, death. Yeah. Oh yeah, expect a lot of this. I probably won't be doing this the entire length of the stream though. And okay, so to get this kill with this cross, so there's several ways to kill this statue. One is with 2 cross and a whip.
But I don't know if you noticed how laggy that was when I threw that whip out there. That's why I do 3 crosses instead. But the 3 crosses is a little tricky. There's a thing about... Stop falling off the ledge. Okay, that time I got him dead, but there's a thing I want to show. No. If it'll do it. There. You see that? 3 crosses went through, but it didn't kill him, even though it only takes 3 crosses to kill him. And that's because of bullshit-ass frame rolls. Well, this is where... Remember what I said about the same height crosses? What the hell is this? What? I didn't know about this. If you throw crosses here, they disappear? I never knew about that. Well, anyways, so this is what I meant about same height crosses. This is where it really starts to matter because it'll kill you if you don't get same height crosses. That was not a same height cross. That is a same height cross. Exactly the same altitude on both crosses. This is very important for getting consistent damage. Otherwise, something like this will happen, and sometimes you'll get you'll get the right damage, and sometimes one of these crosses will just miss outright. For some reason, this same height is the key to avoiding that. I don't know why this is, but yeah, do that. Do that instead of doing different height crosses. And to do that, you have to press the 2 buttons on the same frame. Sub-weapon and jump on the same frame, and hold sub-weapon at the same time. Because once again, in this game, this is the game where you can just hold sub-weapon and it'll throw on the first frame every single time. This isn't like the other Castlevanias where you have to press sub-weapon individually for each sub-weapon. No, you can just hold it and it'll automatically hold and throw. But that's what you want. Same height crosses, and the way to do that is hold R, get a jump on the same frame, and just hold the 2 buttons together. Boom, boom. That's what you want. So that's important right here. You want those 2 bottom crosses to be same height. That way it guarantees that the consistent damage kills that statue in time. And you always get to just go through. And this is a lot less lag than whipping the statue. But in learning it, it's kind of hard to get the hang of it. So with starting out, I do recommend 2 crosses and a whip. But just know that that will be slower. My hand's starting to hurt. Okay, so moving on. There was that up whip on the weed there. Okay, moving past the statue. Here. Don't forget this up whip right here, otherwise he will be in the way, very annoyingly. He's a little bit off screen, so he's hard to see, but just remember that he's there. You're gonna have to remember to deal with him well in advance. 2 platforms back is when you deal with him. So in my experience, he was the hardest thing to memorize in this screen. Yeah, no problem, Richter Shade. I just hope I'm not doing it too much in depth, because I don't want it to take too long. I don't want it to be too meandering. All right, so you deal with the weed. You get the up whip. You get this ledge. Don't forget, ledge cancels. This one is a full jump. You don't have to 1 frame it. You get an automatic ledge cancel. Just remember that you're on the very last possible pixel, so the next pixel over will fall off. So get really good at pressing left and jump on the same frame in this instance. Otherwise, you slip off before you can make the jump. And there's a ring coming right there. And like all other rings, ring speed is faster than walk speed, ultimately. So get this ring from as far to the right as you can. If you go through the screen, so that fuzzy is already in its like circling cycle. It's already spawned. So when I reach it is going to be, it's going to be the same as long as I do the screen the right way every time. But if something goes wrong, like somewhere down there, maybe something went wrong and I got up here a little slowly, that fuzzy might be in the wrong spot. So keep in mind about that next fuzzy coming up right here. All right, whoops, didn't get the jump. So this jump right here, actually, here's another instance where a full jump and a whip won't even grab this thing. But a 1-frame jump and a whip will. Or a 2-frame. 2-frame works as well. 2-frame or 1-frame. Yeah, okay, just making sure. Yeah, 2-frame or 1-frame will grab this ring from here. So when you make this jump, it's a full jump, 1-frame jump, whip. Now, the way to get this 1-frame jump whip thing, at least the way I do it, is just kind of drag your thumb across and just kind of do like a same frame jump whip movement here. The nice thing about pressing jump and whip on the same frame is you get the jump off, but also watch what happens when the whip first comes out. So you might have noticed. Yeah, okay, so that's about the first frame there. That is low enough to hit the ring. And it waits until the peak of the jump. If you wait until the peak of the jump, you notice that the whip has ascended a little bit. So you know that if you can whip on the first frame of the jump by pressing the 2 buttons together, you'll grab this ring. It's hard to do, though. Oh, man, maybe I'm messing it up. Oh, there we go. Got it there. But I think that's harder, personally. I like to go for the 1-frame jump anyway, and my way of doing this, I don't know if you can even see on my camera here, it looks kind of like this. It's like, it'll be a little bit more of an exaggerated movement, but I use the joint of my thumb and the tip of my thumb. Y is whip, B is jump. So, joint and tip at the same time, but I also try to let off with the joint 1 frame after I have pressed both buttons, so it looks like this. I'm trying to hold whip, but get a 1-frame jump anyway, which is incredibly hard to do, but it's something you can kind of get the hang of. I had to practice this for quite a long time to get the hang of it, and so it looks ultimately like that. Joe's task run with some detailed notes. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, still, I mean, that's at least something. I don't think I've seen that yet, but yeah, at least there's something like that out there. It was really hard to find resources. I lucked out because I had an experienced runner come into my chat who was incredibly good at explaining things to me. And so I even had the, like, if not for 2Cat, 2Cat came into my chat and explained it, everything during my entire learning process in detail. The whole learning process took me like a month to finally get good enough to start runs. But yeah, that was the only resource I had for world record strats. I otherwise didn't have anything. I just had to use my eyeballs and watch the shit out of all the top runs so many times in order to understand anything that was going on. Yep, yep, that would do it. He was also in here for Super Metroid as well. He stayed with me throughout the entire Super Metroid learning process. Super short to learn everything for top strats? I guess so. I mean, I did spend quite a long time on it. Well, quite a lot of time per day on it, I mean. Okay, moving on. I'm going too slow. Hang on, I gotta move on faster. So you get that 1-frame jump with that ring. You get that. Now you swing. Now there's an option to not get a clunk here, but it's kind of funny. You actually want to get a clunk here, not because of the clunk. The clunk is bad, but there's something better that happens if you go high enough to get a clunk on this ring. So you want to go high enough up on this ring. I don't even know if you can see. Do you see? Oh, I wish I had like a cursor or something that I could show. But right above the word block on the upper right, that's a statue. You want him to spawn early. You want him to spawn all the way down here. This is why you want to be way high up on this ring. You want to spawn that statue early. That way you can get him to start his fireball sequence quickly. And if you do this from here, you're gonna clunk, but in this case, you'll be okay with it because you'll reach the fastest fireball cycle anyway. Take the boost off of it, and you're gonna be happy you did. Otherwise, you just don't take the clunk, and you haven't spawned him yet. So now look what happens. We're just waiting for fireballs, okay? Whereas if you were to do what I recommended here, go all the way up here, spawn him, fireballs. Okay? These are the fireballs you are going to boost off of, and you definitely want to do it. And there are 2 reasons you want to boost off of fireballs. Number 1, it's simply faster. You get the boost much faster, and you're able to get to this ring much faster. God, I haven't even explained why this ring is here. Oh, jeez. I got to start from the top here. Hang on a second. Let's start from the top. Let's start from the top. Okay, so we've got this. We've just come off of the, okay, this, imagine I just let go of the ring right here, and I'm getting flung upward. I'm getting the clunk here. You gotta jump out of the clunk frames as much as you can to save 1 frame each, and then right here, once you're on this ledge right here, 1 more jump will just make you bonk, but you want the next jump to go here. So I would get right here, and just take the clunk frames, and hold left to get to the spot necessary in order to jump out of it. And this ledge right here is just high enough. It's one of those ledges where even a 1 frame won't ledge cancel you, but you still want a 1 frame because you want the smallest amount of descent. And no, there's no slope trick, unlike stage 2. And my way, of course, is just like before. My way is to get to the point where I'm just clear of that block, neutral jump, so that I can land on the edge a little better and jump out of it this way. That's my way. Not everybody does that, but that's how I do it. So clunk, 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 take the clunk. Ooh, I actually messed up the neutral jump there, but that's okay. There we go. All right, and I take a fireball boost right there. Now, I don't have a very good visual for this first fireball. There's like there's an early fireball and a late fireball. I believe I'm on the, yeah, so if you see 3 fireballs, that means you're on the early fireball pattern, and that's the fastest one you can get. Okay, that's the early one. You want to hit the right side of the fireball, and that's actually tough to get used to. But there's some precautions you could take. For one thing, you can turn left just before jumping onto that fireball to make it a little easier of a window. That's actually what I recommend. Even in my world record attempts, I did that. Even though technically, yes, I was maybe losing a frame. It was the kind of sacrifice of a frame I was willing to take in order to be consistent at this. But if you really, really want to make sure they are all right frames, by all means, try to go for that full right frame boost. You might sometimes jump over the fireball, and that's not a disaster if that happens, but you will lose time. Like, for example, too late. Oops, I jumped over the fireball, got knocked back by the other one. Okay, bonked my head. Whoops. Now, that's the early fireball. I turned left for that one because I could tell straight away that I was going to miss it. Now, here's the thing about this ring. This ring is not always going to be here unless you manipulate it to appear. So, getting hit by that fireball did 2 things. I took a boost, and look what happens to the camera. So, I'm here. Do you see how the camera scrolled up a little further? Look again. Camera scrolls up. Now, otherwise, that ring would not be there. That's why we do this. Let me just try to go through without taking any damage. Okay, get out of here.
The ring is not there. You need that camera to scroll up in order for the ring to be there to begin with. And so that's why we take this boost. Now the original strat, and this is an option too. You can do this if you want to. Oops. Not taking the clunk there and just not having fireballs there. People used to just boost off the body, which is a whole lot easier than boosting off the fireball. But look at where I'm at. I'm not quite in position for the ring. It's a little left of me. Whereas with the fireball, I am directly under the ring. So that's why this loses time. But not only that, but the body deals one more health point of damage to me. And I need that health point. Health management is very, very, very important in this stage. So the body deals 3 damage, the fireball deals 2 damage. So that's why I prefer the fireball boost. So I haven't even showed everything yet. There's the early and the late fireball. You saw the early fireball earlier. This is the late fireball. So I only got 2 fireballs to spawn. That's because I reached him late. And he had his I guess first fireball kind of eaten by the off screen of me not being there fast enough. So that looks fast enough. Yes, got the early fireball. So that saved a lot of time over the late fireball. I keep getting ahead of myself. Good, that's the early fireball. So you take that boost on top, and then the ring will spawn, and then you're able to swing up to it. It doesn't take much swinging in order to get onto this platform. I would recommend like testing out how quickly you can whip up and then hold right and then land back on the platform. You're gonna need to hold up and right because you're gonna have to retract the whip as much as you can before you're able to make it up there. But it should be pretty quick. It should only take not even a half second, maybe less than half a second. All right, let me try getting up there a little slowly. Oops, I'm slow. Oh, that wasn't slow. I actually got the early fireball. I may have a save state for this, actually. Oh, I do. So this is when I get here. And yeah, I'm a little bit late, and I've got the second fireball. I actually have a visual for this one. The early fireball I don't have much of a visual for because you get there on different frames just because of the chaos that occurs below you with the ledges and the clunk frames. Whereas with the late fire boost, with the late fireballs boost, you reach right there before you're even able to boost off of it. And so I have a visual for this. I actually rub up against this platform deliberately until the fireball reaches right there. I like to jump when the fireball is, when the fireball is about flush with the left side of this tile right here. Boom. That's about the right time. Oop, too late. There we go. Oh, that time I could tell I was late, so I turned left just in time. So that's the late fireball boost pattern there. One more time, this is the early fireball boost. Much earlier. Ooh, too early. There we go. So for the early fireball boost, I do recommend the turn left. It's very hard to find a visual that's actually consistent. Ooh, missed it. Got knocked back the wrong way. So if you do get knocked back the wrong way, it's not... Ooh, shit. Definitely don't take extra damage after that. It's not terrible because you do still spawn the ring. But if you take a neutral boost, like if you're a standing boost, I mean, if you're on the ground when you got hit, then the ring is not going to spawn. I'll show you what I mean. Ring is not spawned. So it actually takes two hits on the ground in order for that ring to spawn. Ah, come on. All right, let me just... Hit me. So this is what I recommend if you accidentally take a standing hit. Just wait for the next set of fireballs, and then let them... Oh. Maybe I was wrong. Okay. I'm wrong. Not 2 standing hits, 3 standing hits. But Either way, you have time here to make a jumping boost anyway, and this will definitely spawn the ring. I was wrong. It's not 2 standing boosts. It's been a while since I've had to do this backup because I'm so awesome. So anything involving a backup, I'm bad at because I never have to do backups ever. That's a lie. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yo, Lord Nimbus, enjoy your big nothing. No, Crazy Fingers. I'm doing a tutorial. I need to do a tutorial. Tutorial Tuesday. Is it Tuesday today? It is Tuesday. It's not real. Well, I'm not doing the tutorial just because it's Tuesday. I just felt like doing a tutorial today. Anyways, so I showed the body boost earlier, but I actually recommend more than a body boost. I recommend just waiting for the fireball here. In case you did not spawn the statue coming up the ring earlier, I recommend just waiting and doing that. Just get right about here. This will put you in the perfect spot. Whoa. Except face the right way. There we go. That'll put you in the perfect spot for the ring. I actually still recommend this over the body boost just because of the damage you take. It's 2 damage. 2 damage. I'll show you what I mean when I get to the end of the stage. It's gonna be important, trust me. It's not my birthday. Okay, am I finally ready to move on? Holy Christ. So here we go. We've gotten our boost, and we are getting an up whip to the ring from the jump we take. Basically, it's an immediate jump. As soon as you land from the damage boost, it'll put you in the right spot to just do a jumping up whip immediately. Again, this jumping up whip, to save the most frames, I recommend just jump and whip on the same frame, like this. That'll get your whip out the fastest. And then you don't have to go very far. Like give yourself different timings. Pressing up and right to retract the ring while going right at the same time. Give yourself different timings, because if you're too early, you fall back down. But just keep on practicing until you get a good timing for what the earliest possible time is to land back on the platform. Okay, that was too early. That was good. You'll find that it doesn't take anywhere near as much time as it looks. So I recommend trying out different timings. In fact, in my world record, I had not done this yet. So I actually just kind of assumed I had to go like that far, and I didn't. I actually didn't know this until after my world record was already done. So that's one place where you can save time over the world record, is dismounting from this ring a little earlier. Ooh, too early. Too early there. Missed the whip. Okay. And then we do a ring glitch here. So this is performed by whipping down on a ring from the top of it. Can I still hit it from here? I wonder. I can. Anyways, in this case, I don't whip down on it. I do a limp whip. I actually do this. I jump over it and I do this. That gets me to come down. It gets my whip all the way extended as fast as possible. Usually, it sometimes does. That time it was like halfway extended, but that's probably because in the chaos of using a limp whip, sometimes it hits with the edge of the limp whip, sometimes it hits with the middle of the limp whip, and it's a little chaotic. So it's kind of hard to get an immediate extension of the whip. But you are going to need it to be fully extended before you can actually jump off of it. Okay, so that was the left side one, so I like to use this ledge. Here's a funny thing about the ring glitch. This fuzzy doesn't hurt you. Neither do these fireballs. These fireballs don't hurt you either. On top of that, the candles have no hitbox, so nothing has a hitbox up here. Not for a while anyway, not until you off-screen everything. Eventually they get their hitboxes back. That was pretty good. So if you can get the right timing right here,
you'll get a nice straight whip like this. It doesn't have to be this straight, but that's a really nice ring glitch if you get it. Okay, that's bad because if I try to get off of this, I'm gonna bonk. I'm gonna bonk onto this ledge right here, and I don't want that. I have two options here. I can go left and then do this, or I can go the other way and I can go onto that lower ledge that you saw earlier. Sometimes that is forced. I'll just show several examples of this. There's many, many options here. Okay, so I got there, so I can do that. Okay, got an immediate one up there. Oh, that's terrible. That killed me. There we go. There's an example of it was almost as terrible, but not so terrible that it was impossible to save. Okay, another one where it's gonna be a low ledge because there's no way I can recover from having that much diagonal on my ring. That's a good one. We can go up here. Ooh, bad. Ooh, no, not enough. That wasn't enough. Okay, that's a good one. So this is a common point where runs die. So if I die here a few times, don't be discouraged from doing it. Trust me, it's worth it. So, and sometimes you can save it that way. Like if you can tell you have a really, really awful like angle on this ring glitch, you can try it. Well, you can try to save it with a few extra whips, like oh shit, like oh shit, try again, oh, okay, like that. And sometimes it takes a few tries. Okay, that's a bad one, so we go over there. It's a bad one to the left anyway. That one's a good one. We go up here. So here's another example where I could go to the right, but I'm gonna show you what happens if you try to, if Simon is facing this way and you try to exit the ring while facing this way, you're gonna bonk that ledge and go down. So try to avoid that at all costs. Whereas if you are that far over, you can actually make this ledge. Okay, we gotta save it that way. I'm trying to show one more example where, okay, we made it up. I'm trying to show one more example where I'm too far, there we go. I had to reset it right there and whip down again. So the next whip down where I save it is not a limp whip. I actually just straight whip down on that because I'm gonna be far away from that ring anyway. The end of my whip is gonna hit it. So oops. There we go. So something like that. Yo, Rivstar! Thanks so much for the 27 months, man. I know. Physics are bad. All right, so I have this save state called post glitch. That's the best I could show with that. I don't know if there's anything else I could show about that ring glitch. Let me show you that whole sequence. Not from the start of the screen, but I'll show you the whole sequence because everything sort of all the way from here, from this first ring way down here. So that's a statue manipulation, so you can get the early fireball, so you can get it to boost, so you can scroll the camera up, so you can grab that ring, so you can do that twice with that ring. So that's the whole sequence. All that shit took over an hour to explain. Maybe 30 minutes, I don't know. Luckily, the rest of this screen is not so bad. Let's go here. So eventually I'm gonna do one run through this whole screen, just from the bottom to the top, once I get to the end. All right, so the rest of this is pretty cut and dry. You're just moving. You're not having to do anything crazy. So you make it up to this ledge, you jump, you get a ledge cancel, you try to get a not that. You try to get a ledge cancel that lands on the very edge, so you have like 1 pixel of movement before you have to turn around immediately again. So keep that in mind. When you get on this turnaround ledge, you're gonna have to press jump and left on the same frame, which takes some crazy timing. Okay, there's a fuzzy right here. You can manipulate him by delaying I recommend a delay on him because otherwise he has a chance of being in your way if you're fast enough. So to get the optimal speed. Okay, here's the save state. So this right here is another one of those stupid one frame ledges that you're gonna want. It's possible to bonk. It's possible to bonk and barely get the ledge cancel on this, but actually in this case I just recommend trying to find the earliest frame you can jump from without bonking here and get the one frame from there, like so. And then once you're at the top of here, you have to jump a couple more times because that fuzzy hasn't spawned yet, whereas if you just walk, that fuzzy is spawned all the way back to there. And now look what happens. Yeah, just make a save state here. Okay. Oh shit. So imagine if he wouldn't be right there by going the optimal speed. So we're here. Get to jump. Well, let's go one back right here. Okay, jump. Now he's spawned. He's in a different spot now. And he is well out of your way. He's at the complete opposite corner of the ledge now. So he can't get in your way. Those two jumps, they're free. They're worth it, I think. Yo, Fred, how you doing? Okay, moving on. We got the manip jumps. I took my sweet time going up to that ledge, but I still made it over. And this is just jumping. Very simple. I don't have to explain how to jump or how to move. I recommend getting this heart just because it's free. Why not? If you can get a free heart and it's lagless, do it. I recommend doing it with a limp whip because it's kind of a bonk section. So if you were to try to do a straight whip here, you're just gonna lose some whip frames on the ground here. So I recommend a limp whip or a whip cancel or something like a whip cancel. You can do that as long as you don't have any whip frames on the ground before moving on. That's the optimal way. All right, so we've made it to the top. Let's recap. You ready for this? Okie dokie. Grab the heart. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, same height crosses there so that the third one will do consistent damage all the way up here. So you manipulate the guy, but you have clunk frames. Make sure you get the early fireball. Boost off of that. I turned left just beforehand. Grab that ring again. Turnaround frame here. One frame jump there. 2 jumps to manipulate. That same 1 frame right there. Turn around. Boom. There you go. We did it. Yo, I recognize this music. What the fuck? 7th Saga? You put 7th Saga music on here? Oh my god. This game was a pain in the ass. I remember really trying to enjoy my playthrough of 7th Saga, and I couldn't finish the game. I just didn't enjoy it so much as I wish I enjoyed it. I know. Maybe if I played it again, I'd enjoy it more today. Yeah. All right, that was a lot of fun. Going through that screen. That screen has a lot in it. So actually, at the start of the next screen, I have my first save state right here. And the reason for this is because it's like perfectly timed so that when I hit unpause, it's automatically gonna start the screen transition, and I'm gonna get a random fishman every single time. Whereas, if I were to start the save state from here, I'm gonna get the same fishman every time. So to practice these fishmen, you want to randomize them. I do so by being here and pressing unpause at a random time and getting a different pattern every time, depending on when I unpause. Okay, Fishman. So I have a sequence of inputs that I use that handles every single Fishman pattern. Some of them are harder than others.
There are some bad patterns like that. Like that one's not too bad because I can just jump straight under him. Sometimes he'll appear a little further to the right so that when I land, he's gonna land on me. So I do a jump whip. Barf. I do a jump whip up as I'm making it up to the next platform. Like this, that guy right there. Now, not just that. There's also okay, so I got no fisherman there. That one spawned behind me. That was just free. Sometimes they're free. Sometimes I got a fishman all the way over here, and an up whip here won't take care of him, but a cross will. I haven't gotten him yet. He's actually a very common spawn, so one of these times I'm gonna get him as a spawn. Right there, that guy right there. The up whip doesn't handle him, but the cross does. So I can see him in advance. You can already see them all the way from the first frame of illumination. They're already moving. They're not frozen. They're already moving. They're doing their pattern. They're doing their thing. They're jumping up while the screen is still being illuminated, and you still haven't controlled Simon yet. So you can see it well in advance. So you can tell when the fishman's going to be in an awful spot, like right here, well in advance. And you can use that to just know to throw a cross there when you get up. Okay, that's good enough to up whip. Okay, and then every single time I do this jump sequence in a very specific way, but I promise it gets all the patterns. First of all, I can make the jump from here to here, and I recommend that. At the same time, I recommend a diagonal whip on the way up, because fishermen right there, they like to jump straight up into you, and so far that diagonal whip has taken care of every single fishman pattern I've ever seen right there. So I think you're safe just by doing that, and as long as you make it up here, you're good. You can just keep on going, do another diagonal whip to this platform, and that takes care of all the fishmen going up to that platform. So that's all the fishmen that can kill you on the way up. Okay, see if I can get a better one. Nope. I'm trying to get a shitty fishman pattern. Where are you, shitty fishman? I know you exist. I know you're out there. There's that guy. Okay. I was able to go directly under him. Okay. No bad fishmen on the upper platforms. There's one. Gotti. And that's what I love. That's what I love about sequence of patterns. There are some, so this first fishman is actually the most dangerous part of this. This fishman can be in a spot that's very ambiguous, where you think an up whip will hit him, but it doesn't quite, and you bash into him. There's also fishmen that are just a pixel to the right of that, where, sorry, just a little to the left of that is what I meant, where an up whip doesn't take care of him, or does take care of him, but a cross will actually result in you getting hit by him. So I'm gonna see if I can get a fishman like that. This. Okay, that was a cross fishman. I don't really have any. I wish I did. I wish I had more safe states with different fishman patterns. That's clearly a whip up fishman. There's some that are more ambiguous though. This. Okay. I guessed cross. I wasn't sure if a whip up would have gotten him, but I guessed cross and I was wrong. It turns out that was the whip up pattern. So that's the ambiguous fishman right around in this area. That's really hard to deal with, and so that's where I would recommend practicing this randomized spot enough to be able to determine which is which around that area. So that's the hardest part. That's clearly a whip up. Okay, I'm gonna move on because I've gotten the hang of all the others. Yo, is this good kid? Anyways, okay, we're going on to the falling blocks. Now, these falling blocks have garbage hitboxes.
I'll just show you how garbage these hitboxes are, just for the sake of. They're garbage. They're enormous. The hitboxes on these falling blocks. When you practice these falling blocks for like, I don't know, 5 minutes or so, you're not going to be a fan of them. But I assume you're not like a beginner speedrun of this game, so you know this already, because you have to deal with them either way. There are actually 3. Well, I actually have 5 different save states for these falling blocks. This one is the early one. So the falling blocks appear already right now, and if I were to do another jump, I'm going to bash into this thing, and I don't want to bash into these. I want to jump over them. At the same time, how far I am on the screen determines where the next block is going to spawn. And that is a big factor in determining how fast you can go through this section. So, the early pattern of falling blocks, that is like the earliest one that I could find. By earliest, I mean like how fast the first one begins to fall. Let me show you a late one, just to show you the differences. Look at how late that was. And then the fourth one appears all the way over there. Yeah, it turns out these are not quite random. They're more on a global timer. Look at how far over that fourth one appeared. Now, one more time for comparison. This is the early one. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay, there we go. Now, to get a general idea of how to optimize how to get through these falling blocks, it's really as simple as be as far right as possible all the time. So basically, be a speedrunner throughout the whole thing, and try to get as much rightward movement. Things like jumping over it as it's falling, just to get those few, just that hair faster as you're going over, as opposed to waiting for them to fall before you move, before you move, before you move, before you move. So things like that, they'll actually give you like a multiplicative, however many frames you save going past a block is going to be like exponentially added in terms of how much further right the next block is going to spawn. So every frame you could save, like imagine that every single frame you save going over a block or going past a block is basically double the actual time save, just because you can go over the next block that much faster in 2 ways. Number 1, you get there faster. Number 2, it spawns in a better spot, so you can go further right. So it's basically like double the time save, considering how many frames you save going over every block. Yo, J. Ruko, welcome. What's up, Kusushita? Yeah, we're doing a tutorial, and I'm enjoying it. Let me show you like a medium pattern. I actually have 5 save states with 5 different patterns. So you saw what early looks like. This is semi-early. It's like, oop. It's kind of in mid-jump, and you turn back, and then you spend the rest of the time going as far right as you can. Okay. This is medium. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, that actually looked the same to me. I think my semi-early and my medium timings are the same save state, and I just failed and accidentally thought that they were 2 different ones. Here's semi-late. Oop. Oh, okay. All right. It's taking a while to come down. Okay, good. That 4th block appeared right there. And here's the latest one. It's like, ooh. Is it coming? Nope. Oh, there. Okay. I was able to wait a long time. And actually, since you're waiting for... Okay, so the next thing that appears in this screen is that eyeball right there. That eyeball, actually, as long as you have him on screen, you're going to wait for him to get in position anyway. So if you have like a block that's going to be in your way right here, like sometimes with the late pattern, the 4th block is just kind of in your way and you just land on it and take a knockback there. Well, you can actually wait a little bit right here because you're going to be waiting for the eyeball anyway. I'll show you exactly what I mean. Here's the late pattern. It's like, oop, oop, oop. That's a late pattern. I can go quickly. Oh, ooh, I went there too fast.
Well, thankfully, since we're doing an eyeball boost, using that eyeball, we can actually like take our time right there. We can, because we gotta wait for him anyway. So you actually lose 0 time waiting right there for the falling block to get out of your way before moving on.
All right, so here comes the eyeball boost.
So actually, I like to grab this big heart here. I forgot to mention that. While you're dealing with falling blocks, I like to grab this big heart here. There's also this big heart, if you prefer that one. I prefer this one coming up here, just because my jumps never quite line up on the way to this big heart. But if they do for you, then by all means, go for this one. Otherwise, I prefer this one over here. But it's up to you. Ultimately, it's up to you. You can even grab both if you want to. Just as long as you find the time to get rid of any extra hearts you need before the end of the stage. Then you won't lose any time for the stage transition to stage 4. Secret of Mana! I love this. I love this intro theme. It's one of my favorites ever. In fact, I love it so much, I'm gonna replay it. Let's go. Okay, eyeball boost. I guess I should summarize the falling blocks. Like, I don't really have any one way to tell you how to do this. You saw me doing it, and you saw me going right as much as I possibly could. You just kind of have to experience your way into it, and keep doing it a bunch of times, but really try to optimize the going right ability. You do have to stop and go for the falling blocks. They're always going to be in your way, but it's barely possible to, it's always barely possible. This is like one of those skill ceilings that's almost impossible to reach. Because there's always like barely a way to make it a little bit faster. Just kind of practice the shit out of it. Get some experience as to the fastest you could possibly go right, never stopping going right, or stopping as little as possible going right. And that will maximize the amount of frames you save. Okay, now eyeball boost. Here we go. So this is the approach of the eyeball boost. One thing I should mention, I did say that I was going to tell you what you should do if you don't have enough health to be able to take any damage. Like, for example, if I accidentally bash into a... Oops. Like, if I accidentally bash into a falling block, I actually recommend, well... No, those falling blocks only do 1 point of damage, so I guess not. But if you have 3 health or less right here, then I would recommend killing that eyeball and not going for this eyeball boost. For one thing, he does 3 damage, so he'll kill you if you try. But that's like the first thing to drop if you need to sacrifice getting boosts in order to save more health in order to get through the stage. Because once again, there is no health ups anywhere in this sequence. In this case, I have just enough health. So I take this eyeball boost. Now, let me explain it. So you get up to right about here. I like to have Simon be just about like this. It's not quite flush with the second tile, but it's just center right of it. I like to have the back foot just inside the tile, like this. And that allows me to do a neutral jump over him, and that puts me in the right spot for the next jump for the boost. I think it's a pretty good buffer. It's something I came up with. I think it's more consistent. Most people do this. They get to the right, jump over, and then jump on him. Most people do this. Oh, geez, I'm bad at it. Yeah, I'm terrible at this. Okay, something like that. But yeah, this is my way of doing it. I like to minimize the inputs to make it less complicated. I just messed up my own way there. And that neutral jump helped me with consistency. All right, on to the next screen. So this next screen
Wow. I have a lot of save states for the screen. It's a very short screen. The toughest part of the screen is actually this first part right here. This bone dragon, there's two ways to deal with him. Number one, if you have enough health, if you got out of the cave with only 3 health missing or with full health, better yet, and take all the boosts, including the eyeball boost, you will have this much health reaching this screen. And for this, I recommend a boost on the dragon statue. You otherwise will technically have enough health to be able to boost, because actually I was wrong about there not being meat. There's one meat right there. I forgot about it. It's just so in the way that it's easy to forget that it exists. Anyways, so yeah, this is the meat. This is the one meat in the stage that you grab. And that meat will carry you through a boost if you have 2 health coming into the screen, which is what happens when you have all the bad Mudman patterns in the cave and everything else is optimal. In this case, you can take a boost off of this guy if you don't trust your ability to kill him really quickly. But if you can kill him really quickly, I recommend not taking this boost. There's actually a kill that I came up with, which is super spicy. And good luck if you want to go for this, but it's a high cross and it's actually a slightly mistimed. So I mentioned earlier about getting same height crosses. In this case, that's bad, because here's what happens when you try to get same height crosses. Whoops. No. You missed that fireball. You get the damage on the dragon, but the crosses are too low. And so you go for this and it's like, oops. So that's actually bad to get same height crosses here. So for this one, I would recommend slightly off altitudes for these crosses. Just enough for both of them to hit that head, both there and on the way back. Actually, not even on the way back, because it never reaches on the way back, because you get him dead by that point. But, so it starts with that. And then you make the jump, and you get, actually, did you see what that was? That was a cross plus whip. That was one of those. That was actually one of those on the ledge here. So it's cross plus whip, right? So at this point, see if I can pause it. So at this point, I have done enough to deal 4 points of damage so far, but then 5 and 6 with the down whips. Oh, I missed because that cross was too high. So if the cross and whip cross is too high, it will not hit him because he is at his low point right there. So actually, I recommend this cross plus whip take place very low to the ground. I'm talking right there is where you started. So you are going to lose some animation frames on the ground, but trust me, this is the only way to do this. Otherwise, you're just going to miss, and it's going to be awful, and you're going to hate yourself like that. That was too high again. So closer to the ground. That way that cross winds up low enough. There it is. And then you get a kill like that. Ugh, I didn't diagonal whip. Diagonal whip. Yeah, so this is one of the toughest parts of this section for sure. And you can get a consistent kill here. Whoops, I didn't get the cross plus whip. So you can sort of see if it's like, oops, I didn't get the cross plus whip. Okay, just do a bunch of whips, get him dead. In whatever way you can. That it's essentially improv. You're off script right there at that point. So you got to do something. In my case, I'm pretty good at whip cancels, so I can just like sit here and just kind of, all right, he's up there, so do that until he's dead, and then move on. Other options I've seen are to just whip him a bunch of times. Actually, I think 2 whips. Let's see, what is it? It's yeah, it's 2 crosses, 3, 4. It's like that or something like that. That was the old way of doing it before I came up with the idea. You actually, Actually, yeah. You don't need a lot of save states for the mermen, just because you can have. Where is it? You can have. Where is it? You can have this save state right here where your pause just before the screen exit, and so anytime you unpause will randomize the fishman. That's the one caveat. You don't necessarily need tons of save states for every single fishman. You'll be able to get plenty of practice on every pattern possible from that randomized save state. Okay, moving on. Where is it? Here? Yeah, it's here. Okay, so so if you have 2 HP, well, or if you have 3 HP or less, I guess, do this kill. Whoops. And I messed up. If you have 5 HP, actually, no, if you have 4 HP or more, go for this boost right here. It's way, way, way easier. Way easier. But there's one little thing to this that's a little tricky. Don't jump too early, or else you won't be able to make the staircase there. And when you get on the staircase, hold up and right. Don't just hold right. Even though either way, even if you're holding right, you will get on the staircase. But you might have noticed I had a little bit of walk right here on the top of the staircase. Whereas if you're holding up and right here, boom, look at that. I'm on that staircase and I'm walking. I'm not doing stair frames. I'm doing walk frames. So you saved this little bit of time just because you were holding up. It's a super free little bit of time save there that not many people know about. Okay, sorry, moving on. let me, oh, jeez. Ah, jeez. All right, I'm gonna start this screen from the 2 HP save, because this is the harder way. This is the much harder strat, is that different height crosses followed by the cross plus whip tech, followed by the diagonal whip up, then all the shit. This is the much I missed. I could tell that I missed. The only reason I missed was because my cross was too high. If that cross, that third cross, that one leaving the screen right there, if that is too high, that's gonna miss. So that has to be all the way to the ground. That's why that cross plus whip has to be very low to the ground. Okay, so moving on, I guess we'll go here. This fuzzy, there's some things to say about this fuzzy. For one thing, if this fuzzy is gonna, if you could tell going in that this fuzzy is gonna, like, you're heading in and you're like, oh shit, that fuzzy is gonna be in my way. By all means, if the fuzzy is like right there or something and falling off is gonna be bad, definitely just jump over him and land right here. Keep in mind though that you're not gonna be able to jump out of this clunk frame, you're gonna die in the water. So you're gonna have to take these clunk frames and move on. Whereas, if you were to find a fuzzy pattern where you can actually walk off, you can actually jump completely out of your clunk frames the entire time if I wouldn't stop sucking. Let me do it from here so that I have the proper muscle memory. Okay, right there, right there, right there. Oops, missed the ring. That's the other thing. That ring has a frame roll on it. Whereas sometimes you don't reach the right point. So I actually like to take a few clunk frames and crawl with it a little bit before grabbing that ring. Oh, I actually have 2 save states here. The good fuzzy cycle and the bad fuzzy cycle, which is, yeah. So this one will force you to clunk out of it, and you have to take the clunk. You just have to take all the clunk frames. Whereas with the good fuzzy cycle, where you can just walk along it, you're in a pretty good spot, and the clunk frames line up. Now here's another funny thing about clunk frames. Even after you've come off of a ring, look at that. You still have clunk frames from all the way before. All the way before. So you gotta continue jumping out of those clunk frames. As long as they line up and they let you jump out of them, you gotta keep jumping out of them. Save that frame. 1 frame per jump. Oops. You wanna be far enough right when you grab this ring. There we go.
Oops, I did not jump. Keep jumping, keep jumping, keep jumping, keep jumping, keep jumping. Look at all the jumps you can get before you reach this part right here. If you try to jump from here, you're just gonna clunk again. So this is pretty much the limit for how many jumps you can jump out of. But I don't think anybody can actually take all their clunk frames to here. But one thing I do know is the further right you are on this platform here, the further right you are when you make your jump, and this fuzzy is gonna obstruct you, so it's not gonna be easy every time. The further right you are, the better, because it makes sure that you can reach that ring without it shorting on you. I'll show you an example of it shorting. It does that all the goddamn time to me. And to avoid that, I actually take a few clunk frames. There's kind of like a balance between that eyeball and that ring that's just kind of perfect. You just got to find the right frame window. And you can even like, nah, it's not good. It's not a huge frame window, but you got to find the balance between that eyeball and that ring right there to make sure you neither short it nor bash into the eyeball when you're making your jump. Oh, look what I did. I forgot to jump out of my clunk frames, so I had some clunk frames there. So I still have clunk frames. Keep jumping, keep jumping, keep jumping. Okay, whoop. I accidentally shorted the jump. Okay, and now we're moving on to the next part with more RNG fishmen. These guys are kind of annoying, actually, but luckily there is a way around all of the patterns. So here, where am I at? Okay, here's ring 1. So yeah, all this is just, it's just jumping. Imagine you have clunk frames. And then once you get to here, this is where you fall off. It doesn't look like you could fall off here because this is the last block, but you're safe here. You can fall off and just barely land on the leftmost part of this platform. And if you jump, it's a clunk. So what I told you before, if falling doesn't clunk, then falling is faster, even though falling frames are shorter, are slower than jumping frames. So that's what you want. Let's see. I probably need a better save state than this. All right, so fall off. Jump from the first possible frame because, shit, man. It's a ring, and you're going to want to swing, and swinging is fast. So try your very best. Try your very best. Oops. Try your very best to. I need a better save state. All right, from here. Try your very best to hit this ring from as far left as possible. That way you get the most amount of swing. So I got a really bad fishman spawn here. It looks like I'm gonna get him every single time too. Oh no, I guess not. There's one. So fishmen are gonna be in your way all the time right here. The safe way to handle every pattern possible is as soon as you grab the ring, retract and land on this platform and go from here. But the slightly faster way is to retract, avoid the fishman. Let me just show you what I mean when a fishman is in your way and you just swing normally. Come on. Come on. There. That is embarrassing and it sucks. But it's also very hard to deal with. So I don't know if you noticed what I did there. I got a bad fisherman spawn there, but I still made it over here in one swing. How did I do that? I retracted, and then I extended again. So retract, extend. And I still didn't make it because I told you it's hard. Retract, extend. So while I'm swinging, I'm holding up to retract for a little while, and then once I'm past the fishman, I'm holding down to extend. This is all during the swing. So retract, extend. There we go. It's a very precarious set of movements. What's up, Kenshin Shrek? Good luck with the game today. I'm just doing a tutorial. For now, anyway. Yeah, there is a thing here. I consider it more like a task glitch than anything else, but there is a possible boost you can do from this platform to this
it's only fair that I mention this. It is possible to, let's see, where is it? Yeah, get the spawn and be able to make that boost. I would love to go for that, but unfortunately, it's because of frame rules. It's completely random whether you get it. It's incredibly precise to get it to begin with, but it's also random whether you get it or not. Because sometimes, since in this game, collision only happens every other frame in this game. It's only checking for collision every other frame. So once, 30 times per second. And if you're on a bad frame, Simon's going to be lower than he needs to be in order to boost onto that platform. If you're on an off frame, you're not going to make it. If you're on an on frame, you'll make it. Let me see if I can get an example of making it. Nope. It's been a while since I... Oh, come on. I'm going to try it with a cross throw to lock myself on the ledge. There we go. I got lucky there. I got an on frame. So it is possible to make that. And if you can get that, it would save a half second. And so far, we don't know a way to get around the off frame, though. That's the problem. So even if your timing is perfect, it's still only a 50% chance of it happening. And because you have to wait so long for this eyeball to appear in the right spot, ultimately it winds up only saving about a half second. And I don't think that's worth it. So I instead go this way. The eyeball would be reaching about the correct point at that moment right there when I'm already on the second half of the stairs, and you reach the end of the screen about a half second slower going the long way. But if you're brilliant and you know how to get around off frames and on frames for frame rules in this game, by all means, show us how we do it, because I would love to go for that boost. Not worth it till I lose the world record. No, I don't think I would ever go for that half-second time saver, not unless I found a way to make it, or at least found a way to make it theoretically always possible, rather than 50-50 random. It seems pretty easy. Simon moves pretty slow, but the depth is pretty insane. Like, look how long this tutorial's been already, and I'm only on stage 3. I'm just getting to the end of stage 3. It's crazy, man. All right, let me show you that whole sequence from the top. In fact, let me do it from here. I never showed the sequence all the way from here, so let's do that. I believe that's a cross. Yeah, that was a little ambiguous, so that was a tough pattern. Okay, early. Grab the big heart. If you miss that big heart, grab the other big heart. Neutral, back foot within the crack. 1, 2. Low to the ground so it all 6 hit. Get the good fuzzy pattern. Clunk. Grab that ring. You still have clunk frames, so jump, 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 jump. All the way from the earliest possible point. I got good fishman there, so I didn't have to retract and extend. I could just do a full swing. Oh, right, that's it. I forgot, this is where we are. Okay. Okay, so entering the screen. This stage is incredibly hard to speedrun. This stage is this stage is a roadblock for many people. The good news is it gets easier after this. This is about the hardest the game gets until the end game, which the end game for me is like everywhere between stage 8 and stage B. Just about all of those stages are harder than this. But consider this stage the gatekeeper of the speedrun. Okay, start from the top. Okay, so you're holding, I hold up and right, coming all the way through this screen so that I can be ready to just throw this cross immediately. Well, I guess you don't have to hold up. What am I doing? Just hold right. You don't have to hold up and right. Okay, so I throw this cross at this heart that grabs, that grabs a little heart, and it also comes back and hits a bunch of enemies up there. So we've gotten that set up. Now, the whip to hit this clubber guy begins right about there. I get Simon's front foot to touch this crack, the center crack in between all these 4 tiles here. And that's like the perfect point to do a down whip. And it sets up, since I'm in the right spot right here, it sets up a good point to jump again, do a forward whip, get a clunk here, jump out of the clunk a bunch of times. I'm also going to be grabbing the rosary on the way. It's in the air, so the jump naturally gets it. Whoops, wrong direction. Now, the nice thing about that spot right there, this is kind of a development I came up with to get through here a tiny bit faster. You can jump out of some more clunk frames. Notice how I'm not quite rubbing up against that ceiling ledge right there. That would be a great, that was in the way for a long time, and it was kind of obstructing the leftward movement here, which is where progress is. And I came up with the idea of jumping from over here. Most people are getting a little further, doing a down whip, and then jumping from like there, getting the down whip rosary, and then they had to take this clunk, because if they were to jump out of the clunk, that would be in the way. Well, I found a way to jump out of clunks a little more, not bump into this ledge, hopefully, if you do it from the right spot. That looks good. There we go. And I'm able to take all the clunk frames all the way to here. So I'm able to save a few frames just by jumping out of the clunk all the way from there to there. Then the rest of this is just a walk. Don't try to do another jump from here, by the way, because this block will obstruct you. So just take the rest of the clunk frames right here and then just walk left. This one? Yeah. Okay, this is the this part right here I would call the run killer part of this screen. That ring snap right there. I came up with an idea. I didn't come up with the ring glitch, but I did come up with an idea to throw a cross right there. So here's the first idea. This also happens later on in this stage. This is an idea that 2Cat had later on in the stage. I'll show you exactly where when I get to it. So you can use the fact that a sub-weapon locks you in place on a platform, and the fact that you can jump out of a sub-weapon to sort of keep yourself from slipping off of a platform when you make an edge jump like this. So like, you make a jump like that, you could just do that. Or you can lock yourself, make sure that you are jumping the correct direction from the correct point. So it's like, whoops, I didn't even land. So something like that. Oh, that time I missed. So the old strat was to just do this and then try to make this jump without slipping off, and it was a little hard. And what people wound up coming up with was landing right here, then walking. That way they can react to the fact that they've landed. Well, if you use 2Cat's idea where you stick yourself with a cross, stick yourself with a cross and then jump out of the cross animation, you can get a slightly faster jump off. There we go. As opposed to landing here, walking and doing that. You can do that instead. And that's my strat. Worship me. I'm awesome. Insert a crack joke. Yeah, 8B. Everything from stage 8 to stage B there's a lot going on. That I think will be its own stream. That whole section there. Maybe more than one stream. In this case, shit, man. I've only gotten through the basic tech of all of stage 1. I haven't even gotten through all the tech, but I've gotten through most of the tech. And with that in mind, I've gotten all the way through stage 3. So I am imagining this will take a good 4 or 5 streams to finish. Yeah, this is Dragon's Quest. This music. Okay, moving on, I guess. I don't think there's anything. Yeah, you don't have to know anything here. Just find the right point to jump over here. Yeah, I could probably. I mean, really anywhere you jump right here will catch the screen transition, just as long as you're not going upstairs. Just as long as you don't jump so late. This is so tough. Ugh. Just as long as you're not jumping so late that you have to go upstairs to reach the stair transition. Just jump at a spot. Find a spot. It's a big window over here. To just jump directly on the screen transition and not have to wait any time on the stairs. And you get it. What's up, K-Mac? I've turned the sound effects off. Sorry. All right, on to the next screen. Well, let me start from the top here, just so you see what it looks like. No, I missed the jump, so I fell right off. There you go. That's where our run would end. There we go. There we go. There we go. So that's that screen. Final screen of stage 3. I told you this stage was long. So right here, you're gonna have to wait a little bit. Just wait a little bit, because if you jump immediately, that happens. So you have to wait until you get behind that fireball. And you need a little bit of a pause even still in order to reach this guy's upper boost pattern right here. Because if you go immediately, let's see, I'll just try and find the movement for doing that is hard anyway, but if you try to go immediately, that'll happen. And you don't want to die, so you have to hit him in the head as he's coming up. And that's going to take a little bit of... It's going to take a little bit of practice, just getting the timing of how much delay you have to do that. Alternatively, I should also mention what to do if you don't have much health here and you want to save your health. You can wait a couple seconds here. Just a couple seconds. He comes down, and you can make it over him that way. That way you don't have to kill him in order to get past him. That's the hitless way of doing it. Otherwise, I recommend taking this boost, getting this ring glitch. I failed it. I was able to get up there, but the goal is to do that. Get on this block. That'll save 2 seconds over going around. Oh, didn't quite get it, so I have to go around. So if you miss the ring glitch, you're forced to go around, but that's not a big deal. It's 2 seconds lost. It's a big deal at world record level, but let's wait until you're at world record level to... Okay, don't listen to me. Let's assume you're at world record level. That's what this tutorial is for. Okay. So anyways, so this ring glitch. This ring glitch works much like the previous ring glitch in the waterfall screen. Just get right here. So in order to get this ring glitch, this is a little trickier because the previous ring glitch had you grabbing the ring in a spot where like you had to have a straight whip. In this case, you want your whip to be slightly this way. And in some cases, if you get like, yeah, something like that, or that, or that, then you're gonna have to reroute, get back on the block, or try to do some backup whips like that in order to get the whip facing the right direction. And even then, if you do that, that still saves time over going the long way. But, oh, look at that. So I'm in a position here where I'm actually, oops, I shouldn't have let go. But I was actually, I'm back again. Okay, I'm actually in a position where I'm holding right to go left. I never mentioned that about the ring glitches. Yeah, your controls are inverted here. This is probably the closest thing I could think of to the down back in Super Metroid. For all the Super Metroid runners here. Your controls are inverted here. If you're backward on a ring, or sorry, if you're upside down on a ring like this, then right goes left and left goes right. So it's more like counterclockwise, clockwise sort of situation. Anyways, so I'm holding right here, but I'm not going left. And that's because my whip is just at an angle where holding right only keeps me stable, and it doesn't actually do anything. If I were to let go right now, I'd start falling. That's how whack that. This is another one. Oh, it looks like I'm moving like a pixel every 10 million years. There we go, until I finally reach there. So if you get something like that, you're gonna want to just reroute, just re-grab the ring. Oop, got it again. Got it again. There we go. That right there was so slow, it was about equal to going the long way. So re-grabs right there are very common. Now, optimally, what you want to do is grab this ring from the left side. Like that, except not quite that far. This is incredibly hard to do quickly. There we go, that's pretty good. Yes, that was almost really good. So you don't really want the whip to connect with the ring until you're all the way on the left side of the ring. That's the tricky part of this, and it's incredibly janky and incredibly frustrating to get right. And during this D-Rust, I probably should have practiced this a lot more. Toward the end of the grind, the world record grind, I got pretty good at this. Not perfect, though, although my run got it pretty well. Ah, man. Yeah, of all the ring glitches, that one's the hardest, by far. Especially in this screen. Oh, my thumb hurts. God, ring glitches really hurt the thumb to practice, by the way. So, take care. Take care of your thumb health and your hand health if you're doing a lot of ring glitches. The height of the boost from the ring glitch? What do you mean? You mean the jump that Simon does when you let go? It's just determined by what direction you're facing. You're gonna boost in that direction. Like I'm gonna boost that far to the right, only that far. That was a little more angled, so I was able to get a nice high one. Nice and high right there. If you're talking about okay, so yeah, this is a common. Okay, I'm glad you mentioned that actually, because this is a common thing. Sometimes it looked like I got the right angle, but I didn't quite make it. This is because I was too far left. This isn't really so much a jump height thing as it is where I'm angled at. You have to be right about there. It's about not 11 o'clock, but like 11:30. Think of an analog clock. just left of center. Right there. If I'm any further left than that, like there, not gonna make it. That's like 11 o'clock right there. Didn't make it. Whereas a little further to the right than that will make it. You just have to be slightly closer to the top without being actually like directly vertical. Proper pain to run? I mean, every speedrun's a pain to run. It just depends what the level is. I mean, I'm only teaching the top level strats. I'm teaching the strats I use to get world record. Okay, moving on. All right, so you've made this jump. The next thing you do right here is not going up the stairs like this, but jumping up the stairs. It's a little faster than walking. So jump. Now from here, you get a little clip right here. Whenever you get like a double staircase thing right here, Simon does a neat little clip where he just goes vertical really fast, and it winds up being more worth it. Get out of here. It winds up being more worth it to just hold up than it is to land on this and jump. It actually winds up being the exact same speed because of that vertical clip he does. And then once you reach here, you can pretty much just, oopsie. Not that. Once he reaches here, you can pretty much jump immediately and land on the staircase here. But at the same time, don't forget that there's some whips right here. The only way I can't think of a no-stopping way of handling these birds. You just gotta handle them with your whip while you're on the staircase. And I do so with whip cancels. So you can whip cancel while holding up by just pressing another direction with the whip. So this whip for this bird, it's like an up whip, and then I just hit left to get rid of it quicker. And then same with these two birds. Those two birds, they're kind of harder to hit because there's two of them. So it's more important that you get the straight whip here. Although It is fair to mention that a regular limp whip will take care of the bird in one hit. Same with these birds, but they're harder to hit. And with their randomness, I highly recommend a straight whip there. Oh god, I got stair bossed. Don't get stair bossed right there. That's hard. Okay, so these skeletons are next. I'm just gonna do the, yeah, just do it from here. Get this bird whip here. Okay, these skeletons give numerous patterns. I just missed the staircase. That was terrible. Now, here's a wonderful thing. Okay, you see how I have 1 health right here? Think of all that I showed you in stage 3 and why it's so important to just save 1 health point. That 1 health point prevented me from death right there. I got a terrible skeleton pattern that had him jumping into me. This is a pretty good skeleton pattern, but look at that. Even though I didn't stop moving, I still got bashed into. So this is kind of, this is the meta. Uh-oh, okay. This is the meta of stage 3, is your health, your HP management in general. You really want to have enough health for every single thing that can happen in this stage. And in this case, there is ways of handling the skeletons, but it's something like that in order to do it hitless. You can do it faster, of course. It's more something like, yeah, like this. If you can see that skeleton going back, you can avoid hits from him. But for the most part, I would just recommend, yeah, there's this guy. Yeah, he just got in my way. If I didn't have the health for it, I'd be dead right there. Okay. That's like the best you can do. These skeletons are a giant pain if you don't have the health to take a boost from them. Yeah, just like most of the patterns are bad patterns. So this is where a lot of runs used to go to die before the fireball boost in the waterfall was discovered. I'm very glad I learned about that. Because it makes this skeleton section something that I could just walk through. So if I get a bad pattern here like that, actually that's gonna kill me. I forgot, for the sword, there's one pattern there, the sword pattern, where you will get hit twice. But there's a way around that sword pattern, and I will show that. That's not it. That's the jump pattern. You can always just walk through that and jump up the stairs. That's the jump pattern. Walk up the stairs. That's the jump pattern. Walk up the stairs. Oh my god, I'm getting the jump pattern every time. Come on, skeleton. Okay. So that's one that you could safely walk up the stairs. Even though it doesn't look like it, you can safely walk up the stairs. But you can't... Here's the thing about this pattern. This sword pattern, if I can get it. I got the sword pattern a second ago, and it killed me because I wasn't looking. Maybe I have a better save state here. Oh, wow. What a weird bunch of save states I have. Is this the one? No, I don't think it is. Yeah, I have to do it from here. I promise that I'm gonna keep going until I get the bad RNG where I can crouch that sword, because the sword crouch here is actually pretty cool. So there's the good pattern. I can jump through. There's another good pattern I can jump through. That's a bad pattern, but it's not the bad pattern. It's not the bad pattern I'm talking about. Nope, that's the jump. I can just jump through that, take my iframes through. That's not it. Come on. It's common. Come on. No. That's the jump. Where's the sword? Give me the sword. There's one pattern. There's one pattern I really want to take care of. Come on, baby. Oops. I'm looking at the skeleton more than the birds. No. No. Oh, actually, yeah, I just realized. It starts with a sword. No. If I can get a sword to start with on the edge there, actually, it begins with that. Come on. I'm gonna make him do this. I don't care how long this takes. Where is it? That's not it. That's not it. I just got it a second ago and I died to it. I want to show what to do. I have to show what to do. Because it's such a spicy strat. No. Is it this? No, not that. Oh, I have this save state here. Oh, so it's this. It's this guy. So when you reach the stairs right here. Yeah, so he gives you the sword. And then a lot of the time, this other skeleton is going to kill you when you try to walk through it. So my recommendation is to walk, crouch, and boost. It's incredibly difficult. Oop, don't uncrouch too fast. Walk, crouch, and boost up the stairs. You can even get like a jump onto the next set of stairs if you get this pattern. This is easily the hardest pattern, but it's totally doable. I've done it in runs before. I just got stair bossed there. I got stair bossed again, holy shit. I'm actually very under-practiced at this during the D-Rust. Okay, maybe I recommend walking up that staircase instead, just so you don't get stair bossed. But there is ways to avoid the stair boss, like turning around just before you land on the staircase. Anyways, yeah, this is what the bad pattern turns into. You could sort of see it in advanced based on what the skeleton is about to do, because he always does like 2 sword strikes just as you're coming towards him. I wasn't able to get him. Yeah, I'm sorry. How many patterns are possible? Quite a few. But I'd say the most important thing is to get here with 4 HP. Via the fireball boost. Oh boy, my brain hurts. Yo, PR Punk. Thank you. Oops. Can't uncrouch too quickly. This is a really tough strat. Okay, the last thing, as you're coming up here, I have a save state for this. This guy right here can sometimes do this. One last little fuck you right before the boss. What I recommend is making your jump regular. You can sort of see it coming in advance. When he gives you a sword strike, as you're coming up the last step like this, there's, I believe, a 50-50 chance that he can jump off. Maybe it's 100, I'm not sure. But there's a very likely chance that he's gonna jump off and hit you. So you just wait for him. If that happens. One more thing. This top stair jump right here. This is a pretty quick jump right here. So there's this thing right here. This little ceiling right here. You rub up against that platform, you lose time. So try to squeeze into this at the optimal point, which is kind of immediately after. It's almost immediately after. If you're too early, you die like that. Well, you don't really die. You can just hold up and save it like that, but you don't want to do that anyway. It's right about when Simon's foot has completely covered that top step. You jump from there, and you squeeze in there at the optimal point without rubbing your face against this block right here. And then that'll save you time coming through here. Okay, and that cross idea. So that's the 2-cat idea. That's the original 2-cat idea of using the crosses to skip ledges and lock yourself in place on purpose. Because for the longest time, before that was ever an idea, people would just jump up these. But to do that fast is incredibly frustrating, because you are always landing on the very edge pixel every single time, and 1 pixel before jumping will make you slip off. So people would go for these jumps and they would always like oops, 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 oops.
Oops. So, Two-Cat found an awesome way right here to lock yourself on the ledges with cross throws. And use the cross animation to lock yourself in place and just jump out of it. So that you wouldn't slip. And actually, the neat thing about this strat is you can pretty much just hold R the entire time. And just focus on the jumps. You don't have to individually press R every single time, just hold R and just jump a bunch of times. And you get some nice little locks onto each of these ledges without worrying about slipping off of any of them. And actually, here's an interesting thing about I should probably mention this. Interesting thing about screen scrolling is when you've landed on a ledge, the screen takes some time to scroll up. So I'm going to jump to the next ledge. The screen takes that long to scroll up. But hang on a second. If I jump to a ledge and jump again, the screen waits until I've landed to start moving. So the fastest way to do this, actually, is not to go up here. Because look what happened. Did you see that? Screen has to scroll, and now the sequence begins on the boss. So it's actually bad to go up here before spawning the boss. Whoops. As opposed to just getting right here and spawning the boss this way, because this gets the camera going all the way to the spot the fastest. It won't get there if you're on here. It just barely shorts it. But yeah, it just barely shorts it. But if you're up here, it spawns. Whereas if you were to jump all the way to the top, you're waiting that entire jump distance for the camera to scroll any further. And then you have to wait for it that much more before it finally starts the sequence. So it's actually faster to start the boss sequence from this ledge and just waiting here than it is to jump to the top. Yo, back home. I couldn't think of a better time. No, it's all right, Beckle. I'm gonna highlight this, and anybody can watch it at any time they want to. I might even put it on YouTube for all I know. Yep. Wicked. What? You want me to skip Wicked Child? Oh, this isn't Wicked Child. Wicked Child was earlier. This is Walking on the Edge. I didn't even know that was the name of this song. The Stage 4 cave theme. Okay, so that's the best way to get into the boss. I would actually recommend hucking crosses while you wait until make sure you have 3 at the very least. You want 3. But if you have like an ass load of crosses here, let's pretend you have like 13. Bring it down to like 4 or 3 or 6 if you want to do a Triforce at the end. That's always fun. All right. So that's the boss. Okay, let's go. 4, 3. All right, so I have only one visual I can use here, and that is the rising water. Once it is reached right there. My visual personally, my visual is, I don't really have a, my whip doesn't quite reach it. Maybe I'm gonna fall in. Let's do, that's still bad. I don't have a very good visual. I use this block right here. Well, this block, the block directly under the edge of the end of my whip right now. That's about where the water reaches, and that's a good timing to start throwing crosses at the boss. And I wait until the water has reached. There's no way I'm ever gonna pause buffer in a way that puts the whip in the right spot. So right about there. Once the water has covered up, so in the middle, in the top middle, there's like a little upside down U-shaped little crack. Can you see that on the capture? Let me make sure. Yeah, you can see that. It's like a little green upside down U.
N. N's are upside down U's with a little tail, but ignore the tail. It's a little N-shaped arc. And once the water has touched that, that's when I start throwing my crosses. You'll have to work out timings on your own, really. I mean, after all, I mean, these timings will be different based on whether you're on emulator or whether you're on CRT. But on CRT, that's the best that worked for me. As soon as the water touched the very tips of the bottom part of that arc, that's when I start my cross throws. So now, that might have been a little early. No, that was pretty good. Okay, try it again. Right now. That's pretty good. Okay, so it's same height crosses. Now, here's a weird thing about this. There's a weird thing about this little jump right here. This is hard for me to notice. In fact, I didn't notice this until after my grind was over. There's a tiny little ceiling right here that sort of obstructs your jump, which doesn't exist over there. Like, look at this. Peak of the jump, I can still see my chin a little bit coming out of the top of the screen. Whereas over here, it's almost covering up my shoulders. You go much higher over here. So everything that was wrong with my jump right here, I found out that this was what was messing up my cross throws. And what you want is same height crosses. That was not same height crosses. That is same height crosses. That is good. It's hard to see because the stupid info HUD is all the way up the top and covering it up, but you know what I mean. So keep that in mind when going for these two crosses is right here there's a ceiling, right here there's not. It's really bullshit. So if you're like over here and you do the forward jump and you bash into that ceiling on accident and you have no idea why your crosses were wrong, that's why. It's because there's a tiny bit of a ceiling right over here as opposed to over here. So, all right, let's get a little closer to the timing right there. That was not same height crosses, so that's bad. It doesn't mean I'm gonna fail the boss kill, but it does mean it's gonna be inconsistent if I screw that up. So remember, same height crosses is jump and sub weapon on the same frame and hold both. So, right there. No, that's too early. Well, maybe not. Let's see. That was a little bit too early. Okay, try again. I can barely freaking see. My vision is like blurring because I've been at this for so long. Ugh. All right. Right there. That looks better. That's much better. So not the quickest of quick kills, but a pretty quick kill. Oh, that's not same height. Let's see what happens. Inconsistent damage, but I still got the quick kill. Barely. Okay, a slightly slower kill, but still pretty fast. Okay, so you might, okay, so when do I throw the third cross? Well, it's really exactly as it looks. Throw those two crosses same height, and then immediately get back on the platform, throw the third cross. I just take the clunk frames. That's like a good buffer to land back on the platform. Throw that next cross, which is also a low cross, like a jump and sub weapon same frame throw. This is perfect music for this boss, by the way. Anybody who knows Castlevania games will agree with me. So that was inconsistent damage because I didn't have the same height crosses at the first two. Again, it's very hard to get the same height crosses every time. Ooh, that was terrible. Yeah, look at that. I let him get through. Okay. The three whips, on the other hand. Ooh, bad sub weapon heights. So it's the jump right here. The diagonal whip takes place right there. But look at that freeze frame. The whip is still in the air. And you can still see a little bit of Simon's hand holding the whip. Anyways, You want to throw the whip just fast enough that you can still jump out of the clunk that's about to happen and get another whip, but not so slow that you're locked on the platform. But it does need to be a pretty late whip. It basically takes place directly after the third cross throw. So it's 1, 2, 3 whip. And that third whip should hit both heads. If you time it correctly. Oh God, I fell off. That was too early. Ah, come on. I'm letting myself slip off the ledge. There we go. That hit both heads for sure. And that was a medium kill. Ah, again, frame rules will determine whether full damage gets done. And that's something you can't really determine just by looking. That was terrible. Look how terrible that was. That was so bad. I let him shoot. Yeah, sometimes the frame rules just hate you. Okay, that was good. Good. Oh, I whipped the wrong way. Oh, damn. And that was a slow kill because of that. 1, 2. So this second whip is kind of weird. It's like a sort of, you whip, but you get sort of like a jump left followed by a hook right. So it looks something like that. It's a little hard to do, but it's something you can get used to. And then the third whip is just, yeah, the third whip is just another one. Whoops. Ah, I whipped up again. But yeah, you don't always need all the damage, but sometimes you do need all the damage just because of frame rules. Anyway, holy crap. I am losing my brain right now. I think I'm gonna call it right there. One more thing. The way to grab the orb, of course. I mean, you gotta grab the orb from as high up as you can, of course. Because it's up there, and that's the way to forward progress, so. That is the one last thing. Good God, man. I'm getting terrible frame rules every time. I'm also not throwing my sub-weapons very well. Okay, basically as soon as the last of their the last of their hitbox is off screen, that's about the right time to jump for this orb and grab it as it's spawning. That way you don't have any wait frames between the orb and the stage transition. Holy crap, my brain! I don't know how teachers do it, man. I've been at it for 5.5 hours. Okay, I'm gonna stop it right there because my throat hurts from talking so much. I might even wait a few days to start the next batch of stages, but at least I got through most of the tech, and that was definitely gonna be the hard part, as well as a few of the stages. No, I didn't teach the Triforce of Stage 1 either. And I did say, upon reaching the boss, get 6 hearts if you wanna, you know, if you wanna do a Triforce. Other than that, get down to 3 hearts. Maybe you can bring it down to 6 hearts anyway, just so you can have backup crosses to use in case he goes haywire, like he kept doing right there for me. I don't know. Oh my God. Does anyone have any questions about all that we have gone through? If not, what I can do is I can do a run from the very start of each stage. Yeah, it is pretty needed. We in stage 4, Tinway. I'm about to stop for the day, and I'm gonna move on with this another day. But what I'd like to do before I stop, I have covered whip canceling, yeah. That's where you just kind of you hold Y in order to you hold Y in order to enable the whip cancel at all. So it enables the limp whip. Oh God, what have I done? Okay, we were here. You hold Y to enable the whip at all. You press directions in order to get it going places, but you can do that in order to cancel out this straight animation. That way you don't have to wait so long to press the whip button again. And in this case, just hold Y, tap down, or tap up. You can even tap left. It actually works in any direction. You can press up, down. It doesn't work to the right because right is already forward. So it doesn't enable the limp whip to press the direction in the same direction you were already going. But yeah, any direction will enable the whip cancel as long as you're holding Y when you do it, and then let go of Y and press it again. So hold Y, tap direction, hold Y, tap direction, let go of Y, press Y. Hold Y, tap direction, let go of Y, press Y. I can't speak it as fast as I can do it, but it looks about like that when you got it down. Please, yo, sell your peptide cake for every game ever. Holy moly, that would be quite. That's a lot of games. I've done it for Battletoads. I'm actually very happy I got through that one in like one stream. Battletoads, I mean, not this one. Yo, Braz Senior, welcome. Oh, Braz Senior, congratulations. Oh, you already know. Okay, J. Ruka told you. And so did Slab of Bacon. Okay, you all know. Congrats, Braz Senior on first place, Slab of Bacon on second place, Gromfloon on third place of the giveaway. The giveaway thing that we were doing for the last few weeks. All right, let me move on. Let me do this. I'm gonna do a run of stage 1 through stage 3 and just see how far I get. I might even die. Who gives a shit? I like to do that for swag. I didn't show that in the tutorial, but I like to do that. Yo, Tenway, gifting us a gifted Croonin. Congrats, Croonin. Thank you so much, Tenway. All right, you might have noticed for that staircase, like I mentioned before, sometimes you can get lucky and get full jump frames all across that staircase. Double stun on that skeleton to enable that bat to go low, super low. Get the rosary, get the boost. Hold R when you grab the sub weapon, that way you throw it on the first frame. Jump down here. 2-frame window there. One frame to grab that ring. 1 frame jump, I mean. Oops, missed the automatic stair transition. Got the bad pattern there, was able to see it in time. I have enough health to take that boost, so take it. I don't have enough health to take any of the other boosts. So in this case, I can't take a single boost in this stable because it will kill me if I try. So, kill him. And kill him. Oh, you can't hear that. I was about to sing the music to this stage, but I'm not playing the game music, my bad. Well, I'm enjoying the stage 1 music, you guys are not, so haha. Okay, just need 1 cross and a down whip for each of one of these. Center left on him, but not too far left or he'll knock you down the stairs. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I didn't get the quick kill on the first phase there. I got a 3-tick kill on the second phase, so that's actually a bad Rodan. I didn't show the Triforce, but that's my Triforce method. It looks pretty cool when you get it. Oh, I don't have any. Yeah, I didn't turn the sound. Let me turn the sound effects back on. You guys have earned it for sticking with me for this long. Connect. Anyways, okay, it's connected. It works now. You can fuck me over with sound effects. All you did, nerd. Noise police. Thank you for the host. Oh my god. All right. Let me gifting of 5 tier 1 subscriptions.
The only thing this
Holy
game
shit.
reminds me of is the massive shit I took earlier.
Holy shit, Farron. Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Hang on though. Oh wait,
Take your penis out. Penis.
Penis.
My penis. Oh, my penis.
Ah! All right, hang on. I'm doing a run. Let me do a run. Okay, here we go. All right, so we're in stage 2 now. React to all the hands you see. Jump over all your low crosses at that point. That's an optional heart. This is an optional heart as well. High cross. That was to... Oh no, that was barely high enough to hit that porcupine, but I did the backup cross anyway, just in case. That's another optional heart there. I jump up the slope just in case, but I don't think it loses time to walk up it. I don't think. Not 100%. Low cross there. Make sure he gets hit twice and he gets hit twice. That's the least amount of lag I can find for that strat. Throw across at the start here. That hits all these candles and that bird. From the low platform there, throw the second cross. Don't forget to down whip that tenna cake. Get the big heart here for safety. You'll be able to get rid of those hearts later. Spawn that bat as high as you can. Don't let that up whip screw you on the landing. If you get a low frog pattern, don't forget to whip him. Don't forget those guys are there. Bring your heart count down to 3 or 2. Okay, immediate jump there. Throw across there. If you get a bad bird pattern, get ready to limp whip him or something, because a limp whip will kill him. So if your whip misses, you can just limp whip him to death. Okay, throw across to buffer there. Once it reaches you, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Oh shit, I fucked up. I didn't throw the third cross. Okay, this one is a single stun. In case he gives you the bad pattern where he walks back, you'll need the stun for that. This one you don't have to stun, just ignore it and do that. Diagonal whip on that candle there. Walk a little bit further than the conveyor transition so you don't rub up against that spike. Double stun on the statue so you despawn all of his fireballs. Right at the last second, do a jump just before you get that boost. You can save up to 5 frames depending on how well you made that jump. Get that statue boost, but avoid it and jump over him directly if you don't have health. Don't forget that heart right there because you need 1 heart right here. Okay, lost 1 frame because I had to fall off one of those nubs right there. Bonk that. That way the bat won't be in a terrible spot for you. Pretty good. Last second right there so you don't bash into that bat. 1 whip right there, not 2. 1 frame, 1 frame. Get that heart, it's free and lagless. Double away pattern. Nice! Don't forget that cross, kills those 2 bats. If you have full health, take the gamble, and you can go for that. And hope for a good Mudman pattern here. Ooh. Ooh, lucky. Okay, this is optimal health. I can take the statue boost. I don't have to go for the kill. I mean, dragon, whatever he is. Okay, get same height crosses there, get consistent damage. 1 frame, the ring grab there. Spawn the statue early with the high swing. Get the fireball boost so you save a health point over a body boost. Get the 2 ring grabs there with the ring glitch. Don't forget the 1 frame here and the 2 jumps right here. Manipulate the fuzzy. 1 frame for the low ledge there. Regular turnarounds there. Grab that heart at the end, it's free. Whip up for the bad fishman. Cross for the extra bad fishman. A mid pattern there, so I had to turn around in mid jump. Okay, wait for the eyeball boost. Get back foot just over the crack. Neutral jump, jump. Got enough health
so I will take the boost instead of the kill.
Don't forget to hold up at the top of the stairs there, so you don't have extra stair climb. Good fishman there, didn't die. So I didn't have to retract and extend my whip as I swung. Jump from there so you don't rub that block. Cross so you lock yourself in place so you don't slip off. A little bit of delay. Ooh, bad. Okay. Gonna lose 2 or 3 seconds there because I didn't quite get that ring glitch. And I can walk through this pattern just fine. All right. And then crosses, 2-cat strat. Lock yourself on each ledge. All you got to do is hold R, and you can focus exclusively on the jumps. Right there. Good same height crosses. Excellent. We're done. Yo, Jay Sarita. I'm glad I made it through without dying. There was a good chance I could have died on this stage. Many runs died at this stage. But if that were to happen, I would just restart from that save state. Okie dokie. Tutorial day 1 complete. We will move on, and we'll probably get all the way to like stage 8 next time. Maybe even get past stage 8. That would be awesome if I could do that. But until next time. By YouTube? I don't know. I might put this on YouTube. I don't fucking know. All right. Hi YouTube, bye YouTube. Yeah.